which were surprisingly well maintained for their age. Naturally, she couldn't understand Mandarin or Cantonese, but she immediately saw one particular detail about the scrolls. She pointed to a picture on a page. "Is this Jacob Talbane? He looks a lot like Matthew's father, except for the hair color." The purple-haired girl nodded. "Very handsome, yes. Some say John is beloved one reborn." Beloved one? That lot they call Jacob Talbane. Many Amazons tried to get Werewolf his husband, but never got him. She let off a sigh, remembering how her ancestor had failed to snare the lycanthrope. It was then that Nebiki noticed a list of what appeared to be names. "What's this?" Her Amazon host nodded as she replied, "That is a list of people who lived in village long time ago." "Is what you call registry?" "Oh. Say, why is there a gap right here? It looks like a couple of names had been erased or something." Shampoo took a closer look at the section and shrugged. "Shampoo not know. Asked great-grandmother about it, but she never say double quote back at the quarry. It happened about 2 years after the beloved one, I mean, Jacob Talbane, came to our village." Cnko began as she and her sister explained. Every year he would come to check up on the mystic seals and to train. Since he was exempt from the outsider marriage law, it was very hard for anyone to get him. Malin said in a slightly disappointed tone. "When my sister and I failed to get Jacob before he left on that second year, we decided to try to get him by unfair means." "You tried to cheat. Using magic, right?" John guessed. Both girls nodded in shame as the blue-skinned girl continued. "We are very ashamed to admit it, and we paid dearly with our souls for our mistake." "What happened?" Matthew inquired. Cnko's sister answered as both noted that John's son was also quite attractive. "Our mother, Lo Cheyenne, was the creator of our family's fighting style, the art of hidden weapons. She also had access to many of the tribe's ancient scrolls of magic. We took one of those scrolls, believing that it was a summoning spell for a love spirit. Unfortunately, we had misread the scroll and we ended up summoning a demon of destruction. And then, the demon began to rampage throughout the land, killing many of the villagers. Since we felt responsible for his release, my sister and I went to fight the monster. After a long battle, and with the help of the village shamans, we managed to contain the demon in this quarry. However, there was a price." "Your souls?" the elder Talbane asked. The two ghostly siblings nodded as Cnko continued. "In order to seal the demon, 2 life essences were needed. So we gave up our souls to complete the seal. And so our lives ended that day." The other sister then took up the explanation. "Since we brought great shame upon our family, it was decreed that our names were to be struck from the village registry, so that our mother and all our descendants would not be held responsible for our mistake. No one was to speak of our crime, and eventually we were forgotten. Until now." Matthew's father added. "Yes. Those miners broke the primary seal, releasing our souls. However, We did not pass on into the afterlife. Wait. Not get it. If seal broken, where demon? Matthew pointed out. The sibling specters let off a sigh as Cnko clarified the reason. That is our curse. Our souls form the basis of the seal that is holding the demon at bay. We are unable to leave this place, and the mystic barrier is already weakened. There is a possibility that the demon may escape and we cannot endanger our sister Amazons. So that's why you've been haunting this place. John snapped his fingers in comprehension. You weren't trying to hurt anyone, at least not seriously. You were trying to keep them away for their safety. You were protecting them. Yes. And so we must stay. We can never leave. There was a long moment of silence as John considered what could be done. However, the decision was taken out of his hands as the entire area began to rumble. At first he thought it was an earthquake. However, his mystic senses, as well as his sons and the two ghost sisters, began to detect high amounts of evil energy being emitted from within the cave. Large boulders began to fall all around them, forcing the tall Banes to run for cover. Those Shine's daughters didn't even bother to flee. After all, they were already dead. Debris and sharp fragments of rock simply passed through their intangible forms. Then, a huge explosion rocked the quarry as a geyser of fire erupted from the cave. A huge, dark shadow emerged from the newly devastated landscape and towered above the four. It had two crimson eyes that glowed with a bloody aura, and its overall shape was that of a gigantic, reptilian bird. It was like the shadow version of Rodin. It let off a blood-curdling howl, then took to the air, heading toward Juzenkyo. Matthew swallowed hard as he addressed his father. Dad? I hope that wasn't what I think it was. I'm afraid so, son. John then turned to the two ghosts who appeared before them. When you said that you summoned a demon of destruction, you weren't kidding. That thing is known in the Makai as a death wing. I don't know what spell you used, but somehow you had pulled that thing from the dark valley of lost souls. It happens to feed on chaos and life essences. And there's no greater concentration of chaotic magic and soul energy in this area than the cursed training grounds. If it absorbs all that power, then the Joksuzoku, the Musk dynasty, and eventually everyone else on the planet will be wiped out. The two ghost girls gasped as they realized that the horror they had originally summoned had been re-released into the world. The lycanthropes began racing across the ground, making a beeline for Juzenkyo. No longer bound to the quarry, since the beast had escaped, Cnko and Malin followed by taking to the air. Time was of the essence. In the village, the Amazons stopped in their daily chores, as the sky suddenly darkened, and a very ominous feeling washed over everyone present. In the main council lodge, the Amazon matriarchs became extremely tense as their senses picked up the malevolent power that emanated from a nearly forgotten evil. The current leader of the village and eldest of the Amazons, Klaus, turned to her colleague Cologne. "Did you feel that?" Shampoo's great-grandmother nodded. "It would be impossible for anyone here to miss that. I had never felt anything so dark and deadly." At that moment, Hundreds of screams and shouts were heard from outside. The council of elders made their way to the front door and looked upward to see a giant, winged horror as it flew overhead. As it passed by, a hurricane-like gust of wind blew through the village and nearly knocked down several of the buildings. Just about everyone fell to the ground. A few moments later, John and Matthew were sighted as they approached the main gates. Then they saw them. Neko and Malin beheld their former home after 600 long and lonely years. Though they did feel a sense of joy from this impromptu homecoming, they were also met with fear and hostility as several of their sister Amazons immediately picked weapons and prepared to attack. "No!" John cried out as he and his son stood between the specters and the villagers. At that moment, Cologne and the other elders approached the two lycanthropes. They were closely followed by Nebiki, Shampoo and several others. "John, what are these two doing here? What is going on?" Cologne demanded. "There's no time to explain," Matthew's father said. "Neko and Malin are not here to hurt anyone. Right now, there's something even worse than the Musk dynasty heading toward Juzenkyo." He then addressed Elder Gloss. "Great Elder Gloss, please give me the key to the spirit barrier." The oldest of the Amazons gave her people's eternal ally a puzzled look. "The spirit barrier key? Why would you need that? It's already been weakened since we've been unable to mine new spirit gems to replace the old ones." She gave the two ghost girls a harsh glare. "Please give me the key," John insisted. "If we are to save everyone here, I need to stop that thing from reaching Juzenkyo." Gloss paused for a moment before reaching into her robes and drew out a small, metallic object. It was nothing more than a thin piece of gold-colored metal, shaped in the form of old-style key. John quickly took it and raced into the main council lodge. He was followed by his son, the elders, Nebiki and Shampoo. When they reached the center chamber, he approached a very large stone tablet, set in the far wall. The tablet depicted a carving of Jacob Talbane in his hybrid form. Inserting the key into a hidden slot near the base of the carving, he gave it a quick turn. The eyes of the carving glowed with an eerie blue light, as the giant slab of stone moved on hidden tracks. As it slid to the side, it revealed an elaborate array of colored gemstones, set in a circular pattern and etched with ancient rune symbols. Nebiki watched in fascination as John began to manipulate and alter the rune symbols. She then asked Shampoo what was going on. "It is ancient magic barrier given to Amazons by beloved one, Jacob. It keep away Musk dynasty and also protects from other magic too. See gems there? Normally, they very bright. Now very weak. Need new ones. Couldn't get them since ghosts appear." John nodded as he completed the alterations to the mystic inscriptions, then stepped back as the gems glowed with a slightly brighter hue. A new spell was cast out. The lands around the Amazon village suddenly flared with a dim light, then faded back to normal. The immediate area around Juzenkyo, however, was suddenly bathed in a bright luminescence as a huge circle of light appeared. Just as the Deathwing dived down upon the cursed training grounds, it suddenly stopped as it impacted hard against an invisible barrier. It tried to push through it, but the mystic wall would not budge. Hiding in his hut, one of the many Jews and Kyovites shivered in terror as he watched the Deathwing continue to pummel against the barrier. For the moment, Jews and Kyo was safe down in the main council lodge. John let off a sigh and turned to face the others. That barrier won't keep that thing out of Jews and Kyo for long. I've only bought us an hour or so. Once those spirit gems get out, then that Deathwing will suck up every last drop of spirit essence and magic there. We have to put that thing away for good. At that moment, Neko and her sister appeared before them. Both girls knelt before him while bowing their heads. "Inner descendant of the beloved one," Neko began. "We wish to atone for all we have done against our sister Amazons. My sister and I offer our souls once again to seal the Deathwing," Malin said. There was a long moment of silence, before John shook his head. "Rise you two. I shall not condemn you to an eternity restraining that monster. What I had in mind is a far more lasting solution to our current dilemma. What can we do, Dad?" The head of the Talbane family nodded to his son as he replied. "This all started 600 years ago, when that Deathwing was pulled from the Makai. Our best answer would be to send the Deathwing back to the Makai." "Send it back? How are we going to send it?" Matthew snapped his fingers in realization. "Wait a minute. Jacob Talbane came to China through one of the portals from the Makai, right? So does that mean?" "That's right, son. And it just so happens that a portal to the Makai will open up within the next couple of hours. The location is near Juzenkyo and it does lead to the Dark Valley of Lost Souls. The only hard part is to subdue that monster long enough to force it through the portal. Then we shall aid you and your son, John Talbane," Cologne said. "Your family has assisted us for centuries. It is now time for us to return the favor. No, I cannot allow you to endanger anyone from this village. That Deathwing will feed on life essences, and will suck anyone dry of his or her soul if he or she touches it. Matthew and myself can withstand its power. I'm afraid that we must fight that thing alone." "We shall also aid you, John Talbane," Neko declared as she and her sister stood up. "My sister and I understand Japanese. We will come with you and your son to battle the beast." "What? You can't be serious." "We are very serious," Malin insisted. "We have very little to lose now. After all, we're already dead. Please, let us help you as your family has helped our people. At the very least, let us redeem ourselves." The elder Talbane considered the two for a very long while, before finally nodding to them. Things were about to get intense. Meanwhile, in Japan, at the Tokyo headquarters of Helsing. "Are you certain of the reports?" Sir Integra asked as her butler brought her nightly cup of tea. Walter nodded as read the latest news concerning Helsing's rival, the Iscariot. "According to our operatives in the Vatican, There has been a complication concerning the revival of their agent, Paladin Alexander Anderson. What kind of complication? The leader of the organization inquired as she sipped her cup of Earl Grey. It seems that Paladin Anderson has gone berserk. How is that any different than his previous behavior? He is not only killing his foes but also his friends. The reports indicated that once he fully regenerated, he mercilessly slaughtered the entire lab staff for no apparent reason, then went on a bloody rampage as he escaped from the facility he was in. Some witnesses said that he went about as if he was possessed. They also reported that Anderson wielded his blades as if he was holding a pair of katana. Integra stiffened slightly for a moment, then put her cup down. She remained silent as a dark shadow appeared behind her. Her eternal vampire servant appeared and nodded to his master. Alucard, do you think that Anderson is possessed? Perhaps by a certain bloodthirsty samurai spirit? The fanged individual smirked and replied, "That is quite possible, Sir Integra. We never did find the essence of Simon, since John destroyed the cursed sword, and we disposed of the armor. That murderous Ronin may have found a suitable host in Anderson. So, do I have your permission?" "You do. This time, we shall not leave any loose ends. Take Sears with you, and destroy Anderson. A pity I do not have the superb tracking skills of my old friend Talbane. Nevertheless, I shall carry out your orders." With those words, Alucard disappeared from sight back in China, Beast Cannon. The Deathwing was knocked off balance just when Living Comet struck its head near the right temple. High above, CNKO, with her sister now a magical seal on her forehead, let loose with a barrage of sharp projectiles, followed by several dozen blunt objects. Again and again, they repeatedly assaulted it. The attacks hit the beast on the tip of one wing, distracting it from its intended target Juzenkyo. Currently, the barrier that was keeping the beast out was holding, but just barely. The guy who was managing the training grounds continued to quiver and tremble within his hut, as he watched four inhuman beings battle it out. Then he noticed a certain someone approaching the gigantic monster near one of its feet. He wondered what kind of idiot would be crazy enough to come close to the thing. "Moose. You come back here," Shampoo called out as she and Nebiki went after the near-blind hidden weapons master, nowhere near CNKO and Malin's abilities. "Just you watch, my darling Shampoo. I will show you the true power of the hidden weapons and destroy this monster." Ever since Matthew had arrived in the village, Moose had been totally ignored by his beloved Shampoo. In normal circumstances, he was ignored by her anyway. He had a long-standing grudge against the younger lycanthrope and was dead set on proving that only he was worthy of Cologne's great-granddaughter. He would unleash his most powerful techniques and defeat the Deathwing, proving to all, especially to Shampoo, that he was no joke and that his family's fighting style was the mightiest of all. In actuality, Moose's hidden weapons techniques were from a minor side branch of the founding school, which came from CNKO and Malin's mother, Lo Xian. As a result, the nearsighted boy's attacks lacked the true striking power and mystical energy of the originals. The ghost sisters were actually hurting the Deathwing, causing it to feel substantial pain. As for Amthusa's attempts, take this. Fist of the White Swan. Funk. Nebiki and Shampoo watched in total disbelief as Moose attacked the Deathwing's big toe with a duck-shaped training body. The Deathwing, not even noticing the assault, shifted its foot to one side, then suddenly raised it up, before bringing it down. On top of Moose. Phom. Both Shampoo and Nebiki gasped in shock after seeing the foolish boy seemingly get crushed underneath the monster's foot. As the Deathwing moved off to get away from the attacking werewolves and Kuangshi, they both ran to where they expected to see the grisly sight of a pulverized hidden weapons fighter. Amazingly, they found out that Moose was still alive and intact, though in no shape to fight. He had just managed to pull out a large, metal shield to cover himself with, before the foot came down on him. Now his body was flattened into a deep, moose-shaped hole. His face had a dazed expression on it and his eyes were seeing stars. Shampoo could only shake her head while pinching the bridge of her nose. She let off a sigh of disgust. Hiya! Stupid moose. Nebiki could only shrug in agreement as she and the Amazon worked to get him out of the battlefield. At that point, the barrier around the cursed training grounds flickered and died as the spirit gems burned themselves out. Sensing that the obstacle was gone, the Deathwing let off a horrendous roar and turned back toward Juzenkyo. As a result, one massive foot thundered toward the girls and the unconscious Moose. It looked like the end, until they heard a shout. Beast Cannon! Matthew charged in at full speed, striking the Deathwing's ankle and diverting the path of the limb away from them. However, this caused the beast to react out of pain and lash out. The sudden kick impacted hard against John's son, sending him flying toward a large pool. There was a huge splash as the lycanthrope disappeared beneath the waters. Matthew! Shampoo had to physically restrain Nebiki from diving in. Though she too wanted to go after him, she knew what would happen if she went in. She soon found it extremely difficult to hold back the Japanese girl as she displayed a kind of strength that rivaled the strongest of Amazons. Just who was this girl? She could only pray that Matthew's new Juzenkyo curse, whatever it might be, would be something he could live with. She also prayed that he would come up soon. Down in the depths of the pool, Matthew hit the muddy bottom with a hard thud. Realizing that he'd just been knocked into a cursed spring, he immediately tried to get out. He wasn't all that certain how the magic of Juzenkyo would affect a werewolf, but he needed to escape before he perished and turned the pool into the spring of drowned lycanthrope. Just as he started to make his ascent, he noticed a glint of metal on the pool's bottom, near the center. Swimming toward the light, he saw what appeared to be a handle. Then he noticed another handle and found himself drawn toward them. Grasping them firmly with both hands, he yanked hard and pulled both objects from the mud. Then his eyes widened in shock as he realized what he had just discovered. Hey, no way. I can't believe I found them! John gritted his teeth as he was clenched hard within the Deathwing's talons. After seeing what appeared to be his son's demise, he had gotten reckless and was now having the life crushed out of him. As he started to black out, he heard a shout. "Dad!" The monster then let off a shriek of pain, loosening its grip on John, allowing him to break free and drop to the ground. Shaking his head to clear it, he looked up and saw that the Deathwing was now nursing a very serious wound near its left ankle. Standing in a ready stance some 50 feet away was his son, dripping wet and encouraged. His eyes widened in even greater shock as he beheld what was in Matthew's hands. The weapons had not changed in the slightest since their last usage 600 years ago. The blades had neither dulled nor rusted. The metal gleamed as brilliantly as it did long ago. On each hilt, near the crossguards, was the crest of the Talbane family. Each measured to feet in length, and was constructed of orichalcum, one of the few substances that could seriously harm the Deathwing. The swords of Jacob Talbane. By sheer luck, Matthew had landed in the same spring they had been lost into, more than half a millennium ago. John immediately began running toward his offspring as he sloppily swiped and slashed at his gigantic opponent. However, the beast retaliated and knocked Matthew back again. Making a backflip, he landed on his feet and prepared to charge, when he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. He turned to see his father give him an assuring smile and nodded to the swords. The younger lycanthrope paused for a moment in protest, then nodded in understanding as he relinquished the weapons to his sire. John motioned for his son to stand back as he held up the swords, and crossed them against his chest. His aura suddenly appeared in a bright, blue-white corona of brilliance as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Unlike his son, John was also a master of Jacob's techniques in the fang and claw style. This was not lost on Cnko and Malin as they separated and floated above the cursed training grounds. "Look, sister," Malin remarked. "Yes. It's almost as if the beloved one has returned." And his son was also magnificent when he wielded the swords! John let off a battle howl as he charged in with aura blazing and swords flashing. The Deathwing made one final lunge toward its attacker. John evaded the beast, then leapt up with his beast cannon technique. He then delivered the final blow to the monster's head. Supreme razor slice. Twin streaks of deadly light cut into the Deathwing, causing it to shudder and thrash about. Multiple gashes appeared all over the monster's body, as it cried out in pain. Finally, the body of the horror stiffened, then came down in a thunderous crash. The entire area trembled from the impact, with shockwaves rumbling throughout the valley. Finally, all was still as John stood triumphantly near the fallen Deathwing. Matthew came running up to his father, then stopped as he noticed movement from the shadow beast. However, his father waved to him, indicating that it was all right. As he approached, John's son noticed that the Deathwing was not dead, but merely unconscious. You didn't kill it. John shook his head. No. This thing is not here by choice. It belongs in the dark valley of lost souls. And that is where we're going to send it. Double quote. 2 hours later John nodded as he, Matthew, Nebiki, Cnko, Malin, shampoo and cologne watched from a cliff that overlooked a small valley near Juzenkyo. As the mystic portal began to open up, several of the elders used the newly mined spirit gems to make the portal even wider. When it was large enough, some of the villagers scented the enchanted ropes which held the Deathwing down. Sensing that its home was nearby, the gigantic shadow beast took off through the doorway to the Makai. Once it had crossed over into the alternate realm, the elders immediately sealed up the portal. The danger was past. There was only one thing more to do. Some time later. Shampoo no understand. Why Matthew no actors. John's offspring, in his human form, shrugged as he leaned against a pillar outside the main council lodge. At the time, he, Nebiki and the Amazon were waiting for his father to finish his business with the elders and to decide the fate of the Kuangshi sisters. A very large crowd of villagers waited outside as well. From what Dad told me, Matthew explained, Jacob's Urakauku swords had cancelled out the magic in the spring. They were in. Lucky for me they did. According to what the Juzenkyo guide told me, that was the spring of ground cat. Can you imagine me, a wolf becoming a cat? Matthew shuddered slightly at the memory of the Neko-ken training. You were really lucky, Matthew. Nebiki remarked, then turned to the purple-haired girl. By the way, how's that guy? What was his name again? Oh yeah, how's Moose doing? Cologne's relative nodded in satisfaction. Stupid Moose will be in what you call traction for a very long time. At least Shampoo finally gets peace. Soon's daughter nodded as she addressed Matthew. So what do you think will happen to Cnko and Malin? The teenage werewolf shrugged and replied, all depends. They really didn't mean to harm anyone, and I think they've suffered long enough for what they did 600 years ago. We just have to wait and see. Just at that moment, the front doors of the main council lodge opened up. Out strode Matthew's father, also in human form, along with Cologne and the rest of the council of elders. On the lycanthrope's back were Jacob Talbane's swords, once again mounted in their original scabbards and harness, in which their previous owner had left behind. Finally, the Kuangshi came out of the building and stood before the waiting crowds. There was a long pause as nothing was said among those gathered there. Finally, John Talbane announced the decision of the council. The Joksuzoku welcomes back its long-lost sister Amazons, Cnko and Malin, daughters of Loshian, and masters of the art of hidden weapons. Their names shall be reinstated in the village registry, and their feats of heroism in defense of their homes shall be recognized. A huge cheer erupted from the gathered villagers as dozens of men and women surrounded the two and voiced out their approval. After spending centuries alone, The sibling specters welcomed the iteration. The entire village was engulfed in a huge celebration of the return of two of its members. It was then that Matthew noticed something about the sisters. They were actually solid. The villagers were hugging and petting them without passing through their ghostly forms. He turned to his father with a questioning gaze, which John immediately understood and explained. The reason why we were able to touch them is due to their ghostly orbs interacting with our own mystical power. However, during the debate, they asked for me to use Jacob's swords to remove the remainder of the seal magic that was keeping them bound to the mortal world. I warned them that they might cross over into the afterlife. So they agreed. They accepted that risk and said that they wanted to see their mother. I used the swords. To my surprise, they didn't disappear, but their ghostly forms took on true substance. Apparently, they're alive now. Alive? I suppose the best way to describe them is alive with ghost powers. They are now what would be termed as living Kuangshi. They're sort of like the Banshee and the Yukiana. I see. Whoa! Wait a minute. If they're technically alive now, does that mean? Yes, it does. That means that those girls will age normally and can even have children. Basically, they're just teenage girls now. Oh, and they did tell me that they thought you were a very handsome young man. Oh, boys. Matthew gulped as the two ghost girls waved to him and gave him a bit of a mischievous look. Jacob Tallbane and John Tallbane might be out of their reach, but Matthew was fair game. This, of course, didn't sit well with Shampoo and Abigail that night at the Amazon cemetery, where the cremated remains of those who had passed away were interred. Cienko and Malin knelt before the grave marker of their long-departed mother. Both prayed in front of the marker and promised that they would eventually meet with each other in heaven. Once their prayers were finished, the two left, not knowing that Loshian's grave marker started to glow with an eerie light. A moment after they were out of sight, an apparition appeared before the marker and took the shape of an elderly woman with long hair and elaborate, long-sleeved robes, which were similar to the two sisters. The ghostly image of Loshian smiled at her daughters before disappearing. The celebration of the return of Cienko and Malin went on for the next few days, but eventually, things began to come back to normal as the spirit barrier was restored, thereby keeping the Amazon mortal enemies at bay. There had been some sightings of musk warriors in the area, but they soon departed as the restored barrier drove them away. Eventually, the Tallbanes and Nebiki had to prepare to leave. They had to get out as soon as possible, since the full moon was coming and the enchanted pendant Nebiki wore would not be able to stop her transformation. It would be best for everyone if they left immediately. So sorry can stay longer. Shampoo said as she hugged her honorary Amazon sister Nebiki. Over the last few days, she and the Tendo daughter had gotten on closer, friendlier terms. Though both considered each other as rivals for Matthew's affection, each respected the other and promised to fight fairly for him the next time they met. And that would happen sooner than expected. as the purple-haired Amazon announced that she would be part of the foreign exchange group, and would be attending school in Japan in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, John, both he and his son were in human form, nodded to Cologne and restated his family's promise that they would continue to assist the joked Suzuki. Oh, now they had 2 new protectors in SMKO and Malin. It is good to hear. Oh, I wish you would tell me more about that Tendo girl. Cologne said. She has a great power within her. I can sense it. That is her business, and I'm afraid that we'll have to wait for another time. The elder lycanthrope said as he gave the matriarch a small bow. The crowds waved to the departing group as they headed out toward the forest and the Amazon border. When they were about 10 miles away, Matthew began discussing the next leg of their journey. So where to now? John nodded as he replied. We'll be heading to Hong Kong for a short stop, then catch a plane to England. England? We're not heading back to Japan? Nebiki inquired. We came here to help the Amazons with their ghost problem, and now that it's settled, we still have to take care of the issue of your secondary lycanthropy. I've been in contact with a friend of mine, and she says that she might have something that could help. She? Matthew said in confusion. Who are you talking about? He then took on a slightly pale expression as he realized who his father was indicating. Oh no. No. We are not going to her. No way. What's wrong? The Middleton daughter asked. Matthew, who didn't seem to have noticed the girl's question, continued to argue with his father. Dad. It was bad enough I almost got cursed to being turned into a cat. You know how I feel about seeing her. John sighed as he tried to calm down his only child. Son, I know that you're uncomfortable about this, but it will only be for a few days. Uncomfortable. That's a mild way of putting it. What's wrong? Who is this person you're talking about? Nebiki interrupted. John acknowledged her with his response. I'm sorry for not answering you sooner, Nebiki. You see, my son has a bit of an issue concerning cats, or anything that has to do with felines. And I'm afraid that you can't get any more feline than Felicia. She'll be doing a show in London in a few days. I don't understand. What do cats have anything to do with my problem? And Matthew not wanting to see this Felicia person? The older Talbane looked at his son, and considered his pleading expression. He let off a small sigh and said, I'm sorry, Matthew, but I'm afraid that Nebiki will have to know the entire truth. Since she's already aware of our family secret, she might as well know the rest of the story. Right? The younger werewolf let off a tired sigh before nodding. Okay, Nabs. If you really want to know why I've got a thing against cats, it's because I was almost killed by a bunch of cats. Huh? Do you remember when I told you that I became a werewolf a lot sooner than normal? Yes. Well, it was because I was forced into the transformation, in order to save myself. You see, I was thrown into a pit of starving cats when I was 6, by my father. Your father. Nabuki gasped in shock as she looked at John. You did this to him. No, he didn't. Matthew said quickly. What I meant to say was that I was thrown into a pit of starving cats by my father. At that time. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. What I mean is this. John Talbane is my biological father. He named me Matthew Talbane. However, I was also known by another name for the first 6 years of my life. My name was Ranma Sodom. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! I can't believe how fast I wrote this chapter. In any case, we'll be seeing Felicia in the next chapter. Yes, I know you're jumping for joy, Alex. Plus we'll be seeing a few other Darkstalkers, plus some more of Alucard's battle with Abyssimon-possessed Alexander. We'll also be seeing some special guest stars as well. See you there. Asterisk Chapter 12 Asterisk Chapter 11 Welcome to Castle Talbane the Beast Within Disclaimer, Ranma, Darkstalkers, Helsing, and any others belong to those who get paid for writing this stuff. Thoughts. English Language Chapter 11 Welcome to Castle Talbane in Nirima. 2 weeks after Nabuki left with the Talbanes, look everyone. We just got word from Nabuki. Kasumi cried out as she entered the dining room with a letter in her hands. Behind her, a couple of postal workers carried in a large crate. They gently laid it on the floor as the eldest Tendo daughter signed for it. After they departed, Kasumi began reading the letter, while Sun and Genma were busy opening the crate. To my family, how are things going in Nirima? I hope everyone is doing fine. Traveling with the Talbane family has been really exciting so far. Visiting China and training with them has been very interesting. Enclosed you'll find photos of me in Beijing and Hong Kong. I've bought some souvenirs for you all and you'll find them in the crate I sent with this letter. At that point, Genma broke open the top of the crate and greedily started digging into its contents. He gave off a whoop of joy as he found the bottle of Formula 247 Miracle Grow Hair Shampoo he had asked for. He immediately rushed off to the bathroom to use it. Soon smiled as he found a bottled rice wine and some cigarettes. He also found several boxes of oolong tea, and some Chinese clothing. Some in Akan's size, while others were in Nabuki's and Kasumi's respectively. Kasumi continued to read the letter. You'll also find a picture of me and my friend from a rustic, Chinese village near Juzenkyo. You know, that place where Mr. Sodom and Ranma got Kirsten. Sorry, but I'm afraid that the guides won't let me ship a bottle of Nanichuan, spring of ground man water. Why Mr. Sodom and his son didn't ask for the stuff when they got cursed is beyond me. Soon paused for a moment and cocked his head in puzzlement. Why didn't his old friend and son ask for the cure? He made a note to ask Genma later as he continued to listen to his eldest daughter. My friend comes from a village of Chinese Amazons, or warrior women. Her name is Shampoo. I know her name sounds funny, but she's a very skilled martial artist and she's helped me in my training. Who knows? By the time I get back, There might be a new best martial artist in Nirima. Just kidding, Akan. HMPF. Akan snorted in irritation over her sister's joke. Nebiki, the best martial artist in Nirima? Not likely. Though the youngest Tendo girl was still envious that her sibling was traveling abroad and getting foreign martial arts training. Kasumi read on as of now. The Telbanes and I are heading to the next stop in our training journey, London, England. Can you believe it? I'm going to Europe. Mr. Telbane said that I should be getting some training from Western fighting styles, and since our family martial arts is anything goes, it should be a good experience. And don't worry, Daddy. Mr. Telbane is making certain Matthew and I don't miss any schoolwork, since he's hired tutors to educate us along the way. Oh, and Matthew's father has also made a deposit in the family bank account today, so you don't have to worry about the bills this month. Love you all and hope to see you soon. Nabiki soon breathed out a sigh of relief. Without Nabiki present to manage the books and provide steady income, he had been fearing that the bill collectors would be calling him. With no regular job, nor any students to teach at the dojo, the head of the Tendo family was basically incompetent at providing for himself, his children and 2 houseguests. Well, 1 houseguest mostly, since Akan's fiance was once again on his unintentional trip around Japan, trying to find the bathroom. Sometimes he wondered if Ranma really was his friend's son. Soon and the rest of his family turned their heads in surprise at the shout and saw a huge mass of hair running about. Apparently, Genma had ignored the instructions of the hair growth shampoo, and had dumped the entire contents on top of his bald head. Now he had a huge mass of hair growing on all parts of his body, except for his scalp. He had a long beard, and he was covered by a thick coat of body hair. Even his eyebrows became bushier by the minute. He looked like a Japanese, bald version of Bigfoot. Kasumi picked up the empty bottle and began to read the warning label that had a Japanese translation. Warning. Do not use more than half an ounce of product on Jews and Kyo-cursed victims, as unstable magic will cause all remaining functional hair follicles to grow in excess. Double quote a few thousand miles away. London, England. Wow! So that's Big Ben. I've only seen it on TV and books. Nebiki looked up in wonder at the huge clock tower, which was one of London's most famous landmarks. Walking beside her, John and Matthew continued to guide their companion. That's right, Nebiki. That clock tower's been working for the last 150 years or so. Matthew's father explained as he hired for a taxi. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that we won't be able to do much sightseeing right now. That's okay. I mean, just being here in London is pretty cool. Kasumi and Akan's sister said as they all got into the cab. So where are we going? We'll be heading to our family estate near Brussels, and then we'll be seeing Felicia at her show in a couple of days. HMPF. Matthew growled as he absently looked out the window of the cab. John let off a tired sigh. Son, isn't about time you let that go? I mean, it's not like Felicia was the one who threw you into that pit or had mauled you. And she is a very good friend of the family. John's son let off a tired sigh to match his father's as he replied, I know that, Dad. But you can't really blame me, can you? That stupid old man of mine. Nebiki nodded as she thought back to when Matthew had revealed that he was actually the real Ranma, and not that impostor that was engaged to Akan. Any respect she had for Genma, and she had extremely little to begin with, went out the window, with the revelation that he would stoop so low to deceive her father, and take advantage of the oath to freeload at the Tendo home. Though she had her own questionable traits, and she admitted it. However, what she did was for the sake of her family, since her father was incapable of providing for it. Now that she knew the truth, she had two options, neither of which was very appealing. The first option was to tell her family the truth about the fake Ranma, or whoever that poor sucker was, posing as the heir to the Sodom anything goes. That would certainly get Genma out of the house, once his deception was uncovered. With no true son to uphold the pledge to unite the schools, that greedy idiot wouldn't be able to mooch off his friend. Though kicking out that walking bottomless pit would certainly ease the family's food bills, there was a considerable problem concerning the pledge to unite schools of the anything goes martial arts. Knowing how much her father was obsessed over that dream, Soon would most likely insist that the real Ranma, namely Matthew Tallbane, follow through with the oath and marry one of his daughters. Nebiki knew for certain that Akan wouldn't accept him as a fiancé, considering how many times he humiliated her and her martial arts. She wasn't too certain about Kasumi, though she did remember her saying that she'd rather not marry someone younger than her. That meant that the middle daughter would be the most compatible and logical choice. After all, she and Matthew were already dating and shared the power of lycanthropy. Though she occasionally flirted with the idea of marrying Matthew, and would even look forward to it, she knew that he wasn't ready for a marriage yet, and he certainly didn't like it when someone tried to force something onto him. He also didn't seem to be interested with carrying on the anything goes. In retrospect, why should he, when it had brought him nothing but pain and suffering, and his true family's martial arts were far more powerful? Furthermore, technically speaking, the younger Tallbane was not bound by the oath, since he wasn't Genma's son. John Tallbane was his father, and he made no such promise to Tendo. To press the issue might lead to Matthew leaving altogether, and that was something Nebiki did not want. The second option was to not reveal the truth about Ranma, but that didn't really sit well with Soon's second daughter. Certainly, it would ensure that Matthew would stay, but there were other considerations. If the marriage was allowed to take place, it would most likely end up hurting the family, especially with the fake Ranma's lack of direction and Genma's mooching. The school for the anything goes would also suffer. What kind of respect as a sensei would the fake Ranma have, if he was never there to teach his students? Akan would also be unsuited as an instructor, considering her lack of patience and that hair-triggered temper of hers. Most likely she'd strike out violently when one of the students made a mistake. Though she resented her sister for her uppity "I'm a martial artist" attitude and the attention she got at school, Nebiki felt that it wasn't right, keeping this kind of truth from her. After all, Akan would be stuck with fake Ranma for the rest of her life, or until she killed him with her god-awful cooking. She shuddered at the memory of Akan's attempts to cook in the past. Her sister's cuisines should be categorized as lethal biohazards. To tell the truth or to keep it quiet. Both options had their pros and cons, but neither was more favorable. Nebiki decided to table those thoughts for later, at least until her own lycanthropy could be brought under better control. 2 hours later, in Brussels, "This is your home?" Nebiki asked as she stood in awe at the huge structure in front of her. The ancestral home of the Talbane family was an enormous, ancient, but very well maintained, medieval castle that overlooked a valley and several hundred acres of forest. The entire Tendo compound could fit inside the castle walls with ample room to spare. The middle Tendo daughter thought she had gone back in time to the era of Robin Hood. Heck, she wouldn't be surprised if Errol Flynn suddenly made an appearance. As they approached the main gate, which was of course a huge moat and drawbridge, John pointed to entrance. In his other hand was a long, black case. The drawbridge he was indicating had the Talbane family crest inscribed on it, depicting that of a wolf's head against a crescent moon, with twin swords crossed. That's Castle Talbane, which has been in the family since the time of Joseph Talbane, back in 701 AD. That would make him Matthew's 42nd great-grandfather, if I'm not mistaken. Wow! Was Joseph Talbane the first of your family's werewolves? Mumber, Matthew answered. That would have been Marcus Talbane, back in about 50 before Christ or so. That about right, Dad? Very good. You have been paying attention to your family history lessons. In any case, this particular gate has a very special feature, Nebiki. What kind of feature? She asked. John put down the case he was carrying. He winked at her and said, "This particular gate had a magic security system installed at the beginning of the Middle Ages. When active, this drawbridge can only be opened by a wolf's howl made by a member of the Talbane family." He cupped his hands to his mouth and was about to let off a loud howl, when his son held out a hand to get his father's attention. He gives him a smile and said, "Let me do it, Dad." John smirked. "Go for it, son." Matthew took a deep breath, cupped his hands to his mouth and As soon as he made the howl, the eyes on the family crest flashed in response. Then the huge drawbridge came down in front of them, bridging over the moat. At the same time, the massive, iron portcullis raised up to permit entry into the castle. Waiting for them at the entrance was an elderly man with a small mustache, dressed smartly in a butler's uniform. He gave the trio a polite bow as they crossed the drawbridge to meet up with him. Speaking in a rich, but low baritone, he greeted his employers and their guest. "Welcome home, Master John. And also to you, young Master Matthew. I assume that was you I just heard now." He then addressed the young lady of the group, switching to flawless Japanese. "Miss Nebiki Tendo, I presume. I am William Dubroke, head butler of the house staff. Welcome to Castle Talbane." "Hello. It's good to meet you. I must say, you speak Japanese so well." "Thank you. I am fluent in 6 different languages. I am also Master John and Master Matthew's personal attendant. My family, the Dubrokes, have faithfully served the Talbanes for centuries." He then turned back to John. "My lord, though the staff and I are quite happy to see you and your son again, we are quite puzzled as to why you suddenly called and told us that you would be returning. We were under the impression that you and Matthew would be residing in Japan for some time." "Well, yes, but a few things have happened since then. One of those things was this." John took the conversation off to one side, held out the case and opened it. In the meantime, Matthew led Nebiki away to show her the castle. Dubroke gasped as he saw the contents of the case. "My word! The swords of Jacob Talbane." His eyes widened even further in shock and awe as he looked over the blades. "But I thought they were lost in Juzenkyo 600 years ago." "Well, it took a while, but we finally got them back." John closed the case and handed it to William. "Please have these archived in the museum in Jacob Talbane's section." The older man nodded as he took the weapons. "Will that be all, my lord?" "For now. We'll let Miss Tendo settle in for the moment. Then we have to head back to London the day after tomorrow to catch Felicia's show." "Ah yes, the lovely Miss Felicia. A pity that young Master Matthew is still uncomfortable around her and her brethren. A pox on that John Misodom. Well, I'm still working on that to double quote right curly bracket double quote. So what do you think, Nabs?" Matthew asked as he gave her an impromptu tour of his ancestral home. Nebiki could only gape in wonder at the sheer size and opulence of the place. The expansive tapestries, the marble statues, the antique furniture, the paintings and draperies. She knew Matthew's family was rich, but she never thought they were this rich. At that moment, one of the maids, a pretty brunette with her hair done up in a braid, approached the two and gave them a curtsy. "Young master, honored mistress, it's close to tea time and we were wondering if you would like to have it in the main dining hall." Matthew shook his head. "No, I don't think so, Alice. Why don't you serve us in the garden patio in about 10 minutes or so?" "Very good, young master. Oh, and since it will be the time of the full moon, will you and your father be making a round in the forest tonight? If so, head butler William shall have the usual arrangements made, so that no one will disturb your nightly excursion. It'll be good to take a romp through my old stomping grounds." Very good, young master. I shall inform William straight away. She gave the two another curtsy before leaving them. Nebiki gave Matthew a confused expression. Since she had taken English courses in Furinken, she roughly understood their conversation. She knows about your family secret. Matthew nodded. Of course she does. You don't work as a member of Castle Talbane's house staff, without swearing a blood oath to keep the family secret. Those who violate that oath get their memories magically erased and they don't get much on severance pay either. So how many people work here? Well, let's see. If I remember, we've got about 20 maids, 6 butlers, 3 chauffeurs, 8 gardeners, 1 head chef with a dozen assistants and a small crew of 24 house maintenance and repairs. I think that's everyone at the castle. EVERYONE, that's human. Matthew thought. Nebiki's jaw dropped even lower at her boyfriend's wealth. The Kunos were paupers next to the Talbanes. Akan's didn't even come close to compare with him. Wherever he was at the moment, somewhere NOW, where's that bathroom again? The false Ranma wondered after having a quiet sip of tea in Castle Talbane's botanical gardens, which incidentally grew many types of rare herbs and plants. Matthew then led Nebiki to one of the little-known sections of the estate, specifically the Talbane Family Museum. After passing through a multitude of security systems, they found themselves in a huge, cavernous room the size of 50 football fields. They were at least 200 feet below ground, yet the atmosphere was kept at a comfortable temperature of 74. Nebiki was once again awestruck as she beheld more than 2,000 years of Talbane family history. There were countless artifacts, both ancient and modern. Each display was meticulously maintained, and there was not a single speck of dust anywhere. There were suits of armor from all time periods, and from different countries. Various articles of clothing and weapons were sealed in airtight cases, and adorning the walls were pictures of Matthew's ancestors. She immediately recognized one particular image and made her way toward his section. That's Jacob Talbane, isn't it? The one who saved the Amazons 600 years ago. Matthew nodded as he noted that some new items had been added to his predecessor's section. In a small display case, lay the original nunchakus that Jacob had used to fight Firewind with. Beside them were the weapons that John's son had pulled out of Juzenkyo. Jacob's were Akalkun's swords. His girlfriend caressed the glass case and considered the history of the blades. Just as she was about to ask him something, her ears picked up a slight, shuffling noise. Her nose also caught the whiff of an unfamiliar scent. She whirled about in a rough, basic stance, just as something large came down from the ceiling. The creature was roughly 8 feet tall, with gray, leathery skin. It had a square head, with 2 horns sticking out. On its back were large, bat-like wings, currently folded over its shoulders, forming a kind of cape. It wore a large, plaid skirt around its waist, and it had a reptilian tail. Around its neck was an ornate pendant. Its feet had wicked talons, while its hands were clawed. despite having already encountered werewolves, vampires, undead mummies, succubi, and kuangshi. Soon's daughter was still unused to seeing darkstalkers and other mythological beings. Now she was face to face with a gargoyle. Just as she was about to make a move, Matthew let off a small chuckle and casually greeted the thing. "Hey Grum, how's it going?" The thing responded with a smile and a very thick Scottish accent. "Greetings to ye, laddie. What ye be doing down here today? Know that I dinna mind. Who be the pretty lassie with ye?" Nebiki stood and stared dumbfounded at the savage-looking beast who spoke Japanese, but with an accent straight out of the Highlands. Then she realized that the gargoyle was wearing not a skirt, but an oversized coat top later. "So you are the caretaker of this museum?" Nebiki asked as Grum showed her and Matthew around the museum. "Aye lassie, and I be. The Talbane clan and I been good friends for many a century. In fact, me great-uncle on me DA's side be the one who forged those wee little swords ye be eyeing. Grum belongs to a family of flame gargoyles," Matthew explained. Jacob's great-grandfather, Royce Talbane, met up with Grum in Scotland, near Loch Ness. And yes, before you ask, the Loch Ness monster does exist. In any case, Royce Talbane helped enchant that amulet that Grum's wearing right now. Without it, we wouldn't be able to understand him at all. Then, you're not speaking Japanese right now? The short-haired girl inquired. "Nay lassie, gargoyles canna speak human tongue. What ye be hearing is me thoughts and how ye would ken them." He held up the pendant around his neck. "Thanks to this wee trinket." She then turned to Matthew with a questioning expression. Matthew shrugged and answered her unspoken query. "I'm not really sure why, but that amulet translates anyone's thoughts with a Scottish burr. Then again, since it was originally created in Scotland, still later, wow. I've seen pictures of these things in history books. So these were flown by your great-uncles?" The artifacts in question were old fighter planes from World War II. The British plane was a Spitfire Mark I, and was painted a light brown with RAF markings. The American fighter was a P-40B Tomahawk, with an olive drab paint scheme, Chinese Air Force markings, and the famous Flying Tiger's shark mouth design on the nose and fuselage. Both aircraft were in pristine condition. "That's right," Matthew said as he sat on the wing of one of the fighters. Great-uncle Kevin was in America when he joined up with the 80G. His brother Roy took part in defending London during the Blitz. They were sometimes known as the Sky Wolves. "Aye, Matthew," Grum agreed. "Your king certainly knew how to scrap, even in the clouds. Another part of the estate. Whoa! Compared to this place, the one at Furankin High is nothing but a kiddie pool. The indoor pool at Castle Talbane was by far larger than any Nebiki had ever seen. There were diving boards at varying heights, and a huge hot tub. There was also a sauna and several massage stations, where private masseuses awaited, if needed. At that point, one of the lifeguards popped up out of the water and padded toward the two. The being was about 2 feet tall, green, looked like an oversized frog, and it had a head that was shaped like a bowl, which was filled with water. Kasumi's sibling could only gape as the creature waved politely at her, then tottered over to the hot tub. Setting itself down on one of the submerged benches, it let off a relaxed sigh as it let the soothing bubbles wash over it. Occasionally, it would snack on a nearby plate of cucumbers. Matthew? Oh, don't worry about Shinko. My great-great-great-great-grandfather, I think that's about right, found his ancestors near Kansai at the end of the Tokugawa era. 3 and like the legends go, as long as you feed a cat the cucumbers, he'll leave the kids alone. Besides, Shinko's a good sort. He's never eaten anybody, and he keeps the pool clean and maintained. He's not the only one, another person said, with a very melodic tone. A beautiful woman then emerged from beneath the water and gracefully swam over to the pair. She had long, aqua-colored hair and sapphire eyes. Just as she was about to rise up onto the pool's edge, Nabiki gasped as she saw that she was only wearing a bikini top and nothing else. However, she didn't need anything more as her lower body was covered in scales and sported a fish-like tail. A mermaid? Actually, I'm an Undine, but mermaids happen to be close, peaceful cousins of mine, the fish woman said as she casually sat on the edge of the pool. I am Kalasei. For right parenthesis later, after dinner Nabiki couldn't believe that she had dined on such fine food. Kasumi's cooking was considered exceptional, but even she couldn't have produced such quality and with such ingredients. It was her first time sampling rich European food such as caviar, swordfish, king crab, giant lobster and fine desserts from France. As the dishes were being taken away, Nabiki looked about the main dining hall, and all of its finery. High above her was an elaborate chandelier, made of the most exquisite of crystal. Various, expensive paintings adorned the walls. She sat before a huge, banquet table, in which only Matthew, John and herself occupied one small corner. As she took in everything, she began to feel a slight tingle wash over her body. She recognized it as her secondary lycanthropy starting to take over. Very soon, she would transform into her hybrid form, despite the fact that she was wearing her enchanted pendant. John nodded as he checked his watch and addressed his son. The full moon will be out tonight, so why don't we give Nabiki a tour of the forests near the castle? That sounds good, Dad. Then Matthew snapped his fingers in realization. But she's going to need a change of wardrobe, right? John nodded. You're right, Matthew. Why don't you and Nabiki see Aranon and take care of that? I'll see the both of you near the northern edge of the forest, next to that big rock formation in about an hour. All right, ? Double quote. A few minutes later. So who's this Aranon we're seeing? Soon's middle daughter asked. John's offspring nodded as he replied. As you know, that pendant you're wearing is not going to be able to keep you from transforming tonight. We can't have you ripping your clothes like the last time. He blushed when he remembered that incident. So we're going to have some of your clothes altered by the family seamstress. Aranon's quite good at manipulating mystic silk threads. Mystic silk threads? Nabiki repeated with some suspicion. Let me guess. Aranon happens to be a member of the non-human staff at Castle Talbane. No offense. None taken. And you're right. Aranon's family has a contract with mine. Did you ever wonder why some of my clothes never rip apart when I transform? They just either shrink or expand as my body changes. Well, that's because she used her magic sewing abilities to imbue my clothing with the power to adapt to any form I take. Check it out. Matthew morphed into his hybrid form. On cue, his shirt and pants expanded to fit his larger, more muscular frame. A small hole appeared near the seat of his pants to allow for his tail to protrude from the small of his back. His shoes simply shrunk into leather anklets. He then transformed into his wolf form. For Nebiki, this was the first time she had seen his full lupine body. He was much larger than a normal wolf, and she estimated that he was about the size of a large tiger. His clothes immediately compressed themselves into a small, fabric color. As the former Sodom switched into his human form, his clothes reverted back to their normal proportions and appearances. Wow, that was pretty neat. So what kind of being is Aranon? Well, why don't you see for yourself? This is where she works. He stopped in front of a door and placed a hand on the handle. By the way, please do not scream or do anything that could be interpreted as offensive. Karanon's race had gotten a really bad reputation due to the myths and legends surrounding them. Don't believe those stories. They're really decent folk. The short-haired girl nodded. After encountering a multitude of mythological beasts and whatnot, she mentally prepared herself to meet Aranon, whatever she might be. After all, Nebiki was dating a lycanthrope and was part yokai herself. I wonder how my family would react, interacting with non-humans on a regular basis ? Back in Japan, Lilith sighed as she strolled out toward the gates of Furinkenhai. As always, her loyal and love-struck group of fanboys followed like puppies. All except Kuno, who was still recovering in the hospital after being possessed by Bisamon and encountering Alucard and John Talbane. Thanks to the Helsing organization, his memory had been completely wiped of the affair and his severed right arm had been expertly reattached. At present, the young daughter of Morian Slade was bored, ever since the Talbanes had left the country. Since their departure, Lilith had been discreetly feeding on the soul energy of her followers. She never took more than a small portion from each, in the forms of kisses and caresses. As such, they always recovered soon afterwards. However, they were dull and predictable and she wanted some amusement. She had considered going after the possessed Paladin Anderson, who had been wreaking havoc over the last few days, but she was forbidden by Helsing and her mother to interfere. As a result, there was no one around to entertain her. Lilidhanslada. I challenge you. Well, almost no one. The teenage succubus turned to face Akantendo, currently dressed in her training gi. She nonchalantly waved to her entourage to step back a bit. Showing absolutely no concern toward her angry opponent, she yawned and addressed Soon's youngest daughter. Oh, what is it this time? Another weak challenge from the so-called best martial artist in Nirima? Weak? Who are you calling weak? Oh please. I would think that it would be obvious. Lilith said with a sigh. This was Akan's third rematch. After her humiliating first loss against the succubus, the Tendo girl had been trying to prove that her defeat had been a fluke or that Lilith had cheated somehow. If you're the best that your family school has to offer, then you might as well tear off your dojo's sign and use it for firewood. That barb got Akan charging in with a full head of steam. I'm going to. Akan never got to finish as her opponent suddenly made a fancy top hat appear and tossed it toward her. The enraged Tendo girl was engulfed in a puff of smoke as a fancy curtain appeared to obscure her from sight. With a twirl, Lilith changed from her school uniform to a Playboy's bunny suit, which made even her slender figure very enticing. She made a grand gesture and pulled on a silken cord, parting the curtain and revealing what was behind it. Showtime. Akan found herself standing on a gaudy, brightly lit stage. The top hat was on her head as flying eyeballs with bat wings floated about. Then, against her will as music played in the background, she started to dance. However, like her martial arts, her dancing was sloppy, uncoordinated, and possessed no grace at all. She looked as if she was doing a bad rendition of Michael Jackson's Beat It routine. This display immediately had the audience, namely Lilith's fan club, booing, hissing and throwing rotten tomatoes at her. Lilith then gave her a review of Akan's performance by bringing out a sign with a lightning bolt on it. ZZZAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA Then Lilith flipped over the sign to show an image of a flame. FWOOSH. Ken got engulfed by a sudden flash of fire. Then the enslaved girl flipped the sign again, showing an ice cube, and causing her opponent to be encased in ice. Afterwards, the stage blew up. The third Tendo girl ended up sprawled on the ground in a bruised, battered and smoking heap. Lilith instantly changed back into her school outfit and bowed to the spectators. Special technique gloomy pulpit show. 5 right parenthesis back in England. John nodded to William as the elderly butler handed him a phone. He picked up the receiver and spoke into it. Hello. On the phone, feminine voice responded. Hey there, you big and wild wolf. Matthew's father smiled as he recognized the caller. Felicia. Good to hear from you again. So you're in London already? He nodded as he conversed with her. Yes, my son and I are at the castle right now. Yes, Japan was very nice. No, I'm afraid that he's still uncomfortable around you and your troop. I'm still working on it. Did you bring the item I asked for? Good. Oh, Victor and his sister are there with you. It'll be good to see them too. My son, myself and our guest will be there the day after tomorrow. We'll talk after the show. Yes, of course. Thank you. Goodbye. Double quote. At a private hotel room in London, the person in question stretched out on the bed as she hung up on the phone. Like all members of her kind, Felicia the Catwoman was quite the beauty. Her body was lightly tanned and it had very sensual curves. Her bosom was very generous and the rest of her would cause any man to go into the heat. However, unlike humans, the feline female wore no clothes, though her body had sparse patches of white fur, which covered her private areas like an exotic bikini. She had clawed feet and hands. Her hair was blue with white streaks in it. On top of her head were 2 cat ears, which were arranged around another patch of fur, giving an appearance of a kind of bonnet. A slender tail hung at the small of her back and swished behind her buttocks, completing the appearance. Felicia and the rest of her Catwoman troupe used no magic as they performed their exotic dances and acrobatic displays worldwide. The general populace assumed that they were wearing cat costumes and used stage props to emulate a kind of supernatural flair. They were world-renowned as a traveling performance group and had even gotten offers from Ringling Bros, Barnum and Bailey, and circuses from China and Russia. As Felicia contemplated her upcoming meeting with the Tallbane family, her sensitive ears detected the approach of 2 people coming toward her room. She also recognized their scents and bid them to enter as they knocked on the door. A huge, hulking figure of nearly 9 feet in height came in first. He was heavily muscled with short, shaggy hair. His skin was a chalky gray and it had several suture lines all over his body. His head was square and it had a huge electrode protruding from each of his temples. Behind him was a diminutive little girl with brown hair done up in a braid. Felicia smiled at Victor and Emily Gerbenheim, the final creations of Baron von Gerbenheim, in Germany. Emily had been the Baron's attempt to create a semblance of his deceased daughter. His first experiment was ultimately a failure as he was unable to create a mechanical heart that could continue to beat indefinitely. As a result, Emily's heart had to be constantly recharged and she possessed a weak constitution. His second attempt, which was Victor, did succeed in giving him a regenerating power source, but the end result gave him a monstrous body. He was unable to complete his work as he died soon after Victor's birth. Emily would have eventually perished and her brother would have been hunted down and destroyed by the local villagers, if John's family had not encountered them in the late 1800s. Thanks to the Talbane wealth and connections, the work that was started by the Baron to give Emily a functioning heart was completed. She no longer needed frequent charging. As for Victor, not much could be done for his hulking form, though he was happy for his sister. Eventually, the siblings fell in with the Catwoman tribe and became stagehands for Felicia's troupe. Stage all ready for show, Victor said in a heavy German accent. Emily nodded as she asked the Catwoman, "So we're really going to see the Talbanes again? It's been over 100 years. I still need to thank Robert Talbane for the heart." She placed a hand over her chest. Felicia shook her head. "Sorry, Emily. Robert is long gone now. But you can give your thanks to his great-great-grandson, John. He'll be at the show in 2 days with his son Matthew." As the two departed, Felicia then pulled out a picture from her travel bag and smiled. The photo depicted that of herself and John, during an outing in Ireland. Then she thought about their past and realized that though he now had a son, technically speaking, he wasn't married. And the Catwoman's grandmother had been hinting that she'd like to see Felicia bear some kittens back at Castle Talbane. "So what do you think?" Matthew asked as he escorted Nebiki to the place where they would meet up with his father. "That Arana really does some great work," she replied as she admired the alterations to her clothes. She was currently wearing a short-sleeved blouse, slacks and shoes. Embedded in the fibers of cotton and leather were minuscule strands of magic silk, which would alter the shape and size of her clothes to match that of her hybrid body whenever she transformed. The feeling of her clothes against her skin felt far more comfortable than even the best fabric softener. She didn't think it was possible. But then again, considering that Arana was a Jorogumo, she was just as surprised that spiderweb silk could be used in such a manner. 6. Nebiki had almost screamed when she beheld a pretty Japanese woman with huge spider legs protruding from her back. However, she remembered Matthew's warning and kept a quiet, civil tongue. Keeping her thoughts to herself, she allowed the arachnid seamstress to work her magic and alter the clothes she was wearing. Karanan also requested to have all of the Tendo girls' clothes in her suitcases brought over to her chamber, so she could adapt them as well. It was at that time as the pair exited the castle and headed toward the forest, that the full moon made its appearance. On cue, Matthew switched over to his hybrid form, with Nebiki following suit. As they reached the edge of the northern sector, they met up with John. It was time for their nightly training to begin back at the castle, The maid named Alice met up with William as he currently polishing a porcelain tea set. "Sir, Lord Talbane and his son are out near the northern sector of the forest. They are heading toward the lake with their guest." The elderly servant of the werewolf family nodded as he picked up a nearby phone. "Hello? This is Dubroke. The masters and their guest are out on the grounds tonight. Standard security procedures are to be followed. No outsider is to be allowed on the premises. All possible measures are to be taken to ensure that none of Castle Talbane's secrets are revealed to the public. Outside surveillance devices are not permitted, and please have the illusion barrier engaged. Double quote, in the depths of the castle, certain figures worked over a boiling cauldron. The beings were three elderly women, wearing elaborate robes, and possessing considerable magical ability. They were the descendants of those persecuted during the witch hunts of Salem in the 1600s. Like all those the Talbanes had met over the centuries, they too had been given a home at Castle Talbane. 7. Upon receiving the message from William, the trio of spellcasters began erecting the illusionary barrier, which surrounded the lands around the castle. This would fool anyone who was not part of the Talbane household, leading them away from the property, thus ensuring the werewolves' privacy. In addition, several groups of security guards and hundreds of surveillance cameras kept watch on the outside perimeter. Meanwhile, in Japan, KBOM, Sears Victoria gritted her teeth as she hefted the huge, anti-tank rifle in her hands. The weight of the massive weapon was not the problem, since the young vampire girl possessed superhuman strength that rivaled John Talbane's son. The difficulty lay in fact that she had failed to destroy her target. The armor-piercing, depleted uranium projectile proved to be ineffective in slowing down a spirit-possessed opponent with unnatural regenerative powers. Former Catholic Paladin Anderson smiled evilly as he stood with enchanted blades and a huge, gaping, and smoking hole in his chest. His eyes glowed with a murderous and malevolent light. The wound immediately healed itself up, as Anderson prepared to charge. At that point, a group of Helsing soldiers came out and began spraying a murderous storm of blessed silver ammunition. However, this proved to be as ineffective as the anti-tank rifle, as the former agent of the Vatican easily withstood the barrage and advanced upon the agents. Sears swung her weapon like a metallic club, but her opponent made some quick slashes with his blades, reducing the rifle into metal fragments. Knocking her away like a bothersome fly, he then tore into the Helsing troopers, butchering them with glee. The entire street became littered with blood, gore and body parts, as the victims screamed in terror. Just as the last of the troopers was reduced to human sushi, a shot rang out, blasting a sizable hole in Anderson's forehead. However, this only caused the spirit-possessed maniac to pause. As his regeneration powers took case of the damage, he looked up and saw a familiar figure, standing on a rooftop, with a huge, smoking gun in his hand, and his trench coat flapping in the wind. Alucard smiled, baring his fangs. His eyes glinted as he beheld the ghost of Bissamon overlapping Anderson's form. Well now, this is quite the bargain. I get the chance to destroy two enemies at once. This must be what the humans call a 2-for-1 special. With that, he leapt down to battle. In the forests near Castle Talbane. Nebiki was ecstatic as she ran through the woods, following Matthew and John Talbane. This was the first time she had been able to experience the full capabilities of her hybrid form since being bitten. The enhanced senses she had as a human were nothing compared to what she had now. Her strength and agility were phenomenal, putting even gold medalist athletes to shame. With the full moon's power flowing through her, she felt unstoppable. She was making 40-foot leaps with virtually no effort whatsoever. She mimicked each of the moves of the Talbanes with little difficulty and kept pace with them. Her endurance by far outstripped that of her sister Rokan, and if she wanted to, Nebiki could have beaten the entire horde of Ranma in her sleep, 100 times over. As they approached a nearby lake of tremendous proportions, the trio came to a stop at the end of a dock. As they took a small breather, a familiar figure suddenly leapt out of the water with incredible grace, made a lazy turn in midair, then splashed back down. The middle Tendo daughter approached the water's edge and recognized the scent of the person in the lake. Carlise. The Indian smiled as she surfaced and swam toward the dock. With a graceful leap, she exited the water and alighted onto the wooden pier. She gave the three a wave as they approached her. She gave the transformed Nebiki a once-over and nodded. So that's your true form. It's been a while since I saw a female werewolf. Well, technically speaking, I'm not a true werewolf. Nebiki corrected, while slightly blushing. She noted that Kalise was wearing an ornamental belt, as well as her bikini top. You see, I wasn't born this way and I can't transform on my own. So that means that you were bitten by a werewolf, weren't you? You've got secondary lycanthropy then, right? Carlise then addressed the two Talbanes. So which one of you bit her? Matthew sighed while raising a hand. Guilty. Carlise giggled a bit. Well, this is a surprise. I was wondering when you'd finally get serious and start looking for a mate. Kalise. John's son said with indignation, while his father chuckled slightly. Nebiki's blushed an even a deeper shade of red. That's not the reason why I bit her. She was dying and it was the only way to save her. He's right. Matthew's girlfriend said quickly. My body was crushed, but after Mad bit me, it restored itself. I was just lucky that I was one of the few that kept her humanity. But since I'm stuck in hybrid form, I've been traveling with the Talbanes so I could. The water maiden waved Nebiki off and smiled. It's alright. I was just kidding and you don't have to explain anything. Here at Castle Talbane, we non-humans are given a home and purpose. And this is one of the very few places where we live in peace with humankind. It is our Lord's dream that the people of Earth accept all those who inhabit the planet, even those who came from the Makai. Well said, Kalise. John agreed as he took over the explanations. The Talbane family has been gathering members of the Makai and other beings for centuries. We help them adapt to the human society and give them a sense of belonging. The ones you've met at the castle represent only a small fraction of those we have helped over the ages. Really? Nebiki asked with interest. So how many are living out here? Matthew began counting on his fingers. Well, let's see, you've met up with Grum, Shinko, Kalasei and Aranon. There's the Grimbard sisters down near the museum. Who are they? John's offspring shrugged. They're from Salem, Massachusetts in the United States. You may have heard about their ancestors during the late 17th century or so. The female lycanthrope thought for a moment, then gasped in realization. They're witches. Matthew nonchalantly waved off her surprised expressions. Like I said before, don't believe all those ancient legends and fairy tales. They're just figments of imagination and ignorance. The Grimbards happen to be Castle Talbane's resident magic experts, and they're ones who are responsible for the protective barrier around these lands to ensure our privacy. Even satellite surveillance is fooled by their illusions. That's right, son. John agreed. And of course, let's not forget Kirk the gnome in the wine cellar, Clee, Scent, and the mirror the wood nymphs in the botanical gardens, and Bob. Who's Bob? Soon's daughter inquired. As if on cue, a huge wave erupted from the center of the lake as a monstrous form surfaced. It had a huge, serpentine neck, large slitted eyes and a slender head with a fin on top. It let off a huge roar, before diving back down into the water. Nebiki stood in shock as her boyfriend pointed to where the beast disappeared. That was Bob. She swallowed hard before asking in a shaky voice. Was that the Loch Ness Monster? Yep. Although, right now it's more accurate to call him the Lake Talbane Monster. But what's he doing here? Isn't he supposed to be in Scotland? John chuckled slightly. Well, Loch Ness got too polluted with all the trash and gunk people had been throwing into the waters, so we had him moved here about 20 years ago. We left some decoys and fake remains in Loch Ness to throw off any would-be monster hunters and fanatics. And the Loch Ness Monster's name is Bob. Well, actually his real name can't be pronounced in human language, so my granddad Martin Talbane settled on calling him Bob, since he met him while bobbing up and down on Loch Ness. For some reason, Bob didn't like to be called Nessie, and he'd always throw a fit. Thanks to the Grimbards and their teleport-ion spells, it was relatively simple to transport him into the Makai, then bring him here to Lake Talbane. Nebiki could only shake her head while smiling. Just when she thought she had seen and heard it all. Was there no end to the surprises and wonders of this place? Speaking of places, where on earth am I now? A little black piglet thought. The one who had replaced Matthew as the heir to the Sodom Anything Goes did not recognize his surroundings in the least. After losing his way to the bathroom at the Tendo home, he had wandered into the airport at Tokyo. He then got splashed with cold water after passing by a maintenance crew that was cleaning one of the airliner jets. Through a series of unlucky mishaps, Ranma the piglet had gotten loaded onto a plane bound for Iceland. Unfortunately, the loading crews had been negligent, and had not secured the cargo hatch completely. While flying over England, the hatch fell open and the cursed porker tumbled out and found himself falling some 60,000 feet above the ground. It was only by pure chance that Ranma had been stowed away with a shipment of exports, including a cargo of bamboo umbrellas. He managed to latch onto one of the rain-deflecting devices and used it as a makeshift parachute. He barely survived the impact when he landed in the middle of the forest near Castle Talbane sometime earlier that day. So far, he had been unable to find a source of hot water and had been roaming about the woods. Now that it was nightfall, the fake Sodom had been hearing some mighty strange noises coming from this place. Not wanting to find out who or what those noises belonged to, he made a beeline toward what he thought was the edge of the wooded area. However, he instead came across a clearing with a campfire at its center. His eyes widened with hope as he saw a large pot of water was boiling in the fire. Hot water. Just as he was about to sprint toward the pot and dive into it, the ground shook underneath his big feet. Then his view of the pot was blocked by a huge, green-skinned foot. Gulping, he looked up and saw a hideous, emerald, warty face with tusks sticking out from the lower lip. Its body was massively built and was clothed in what appeared to be deerskin toga. In one clawed hand was a huge, wooden club. The beady eyes shined in the moonlight, as the creature smiled in delight. Appetizer. The behemoth then reached down toward his intended snack. In the blink of an eye, Genma's fake son ran like a bat out of hell. His pursuer, however, proved to be persistent as he began to give chase, knocking down several trees in the process. Nebiki and the others turned in confusion at the sudden commotion. I don't need to have wolf ears to have heard that. What's going on? Matthew checked the prevailing winds and caught a familiar scent. He then turned to his father. Dad? It sounds and smells like Krug. John confirmed it with his own senses and nodded. Yes. It looks like he's after something. Khaleesi shrugged her shoulders. He's probably chasing one of the wild boars that live in the forest. You know how much he likes pork. Who's Krug? Nebiki asked. Ever saw Lord of the Rings? The secondary lycanthrope nodded. She had also enjoyed the books when she was younger. The Indian smiled and replied, well, Krug isn't a bad sort, though he doesn't have much upstairs. He's an orc. An orc. That's right. He's a bit brutish and severely needs lessons in table manners, but his heart's in the right place. His heart is in the right place, John amended, but even he knows not to make such a ruckus in the forest, especially if he goes beyond the illusion spell of the grim bards. The paparazzi had gotten a lot more curious about Castle Talbane's inhabitants lately. The last thing I need is to see Krug's mug plastered all over the tabloids. Come on. Matthew and Nebiki followed John into the forest to head off the orc and his prey back in Japan. The Neko-ken. Anderson's head nearly snapped off its neck from a point-blank blast from Alucard's gun, but the spirit-possessed paladin shrugged off the damage and continued to attack, while his regenerative powers dealt with the injury. The vampire in the red trench coat frowned as this cycle of damage and repair was getting boring. He then decided to switch tactics and began to release the seals on his hands. Believing that level 3 would not be sufficient, he decided upgrade to level 2. His dark aura emerged, giving off a shadowy, blood-red hue. His fangs became even more pronounced as his eyes glowed red. Sirius gasped as she recognized how serious her master was in destroying his foe. She signaled to any of the surviving Helsing soldiers to back off and let their supernatural ally deal with Anderson. Even the murderous ghost of Bissamon paused as it sensed the buildup of dark energy. The power that was radiating from the vampire made Dmitry Maximov seem trifling. Anderson tensed and prepared to engage. However, that was when the first rays of sunlight began to appear over the horizon. Japan was several hours ahead of England and therefore, the sunrise happened much sooner. Blast! Alucard muttered as he knew he had to get under cover. Powering down his aura, he gave his adversary a glare and said, "Another time, Anderson." With those words, he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Sirius had no choice but also pull back and get out of the approaching daylight. Another group of Helsing operatives appeared and began collecting the dead and wounded. Though the spirit of the deceased samurai had no such weakness against the sun, it decided to withdraw. Though it enjoyed spilling blood, in essence it was a spirit that was born in a time of war. Its thirst for combat and challenge, with its strongest foe out of the picture, there was no reason to stay. Anderson leapt high into the air, and bounded over rooftops. In seconds, he was gone back in England. Still night time, www. But Grook is hungry. John glared at the oversized orc while holding the little black piglet by its bandana. Currently, Ranma was unconscious. After a frantic chase through the forest, the cursed boy thought he was doomed to become some monster's late-night snack when Groot caught up to him. Then 3 more monsters appeared on the scene. This proved to be too much for him, causing him to faint dead away. The head of the Talbane family angrily gestured to the devastation around them. The orc had knocked down an entire grove's worth of trees and bushes, as well as leaving several large holes in the ground. "So you're telling me that you caused all this damage, just because you were chasing a little piece of bacon like this?" He held up the Juzenkyo cursed martial artist for emphasis. Groot bowed down his head in shame. "Sorry." Matthew's father shook his head tiredly, then reached behind his back and pulled out a cell phone. After pressing the auto-dial number, he paused for a moment, then spoke into the device. "William?" double quote back at the castle, the head butler answered. "Yes, Master John." "What was that?" "Really? Groot did all that for one little piglet?" "I see." Yes, I will exactly, and the other wood nymphs take care of the landscape first thing tomorrow. Yes? Oh, so you want the head chef to prepare for whole roasted boars for Krug. I shall give him the order, though he will be somewhat perturbed over having to cook the meal this late at night. I would imagine that he would be abed right now. Yes, I will inform him that he will receive an extra bonus in his next paycheck. Will that be all, sir? What was that? An intruder? How is that possible? The patrol groups reported nothing and the surveillance systems show everything normal at the perimeter. Oh, I see. So the cause of the commotion is that the intruder is a Juzenkiel cursed victim that turns into the piglet that group was chasing. My word. I see. Very well. I will also call for Mr. O'Shea. Very good, my lord. Good evening to you. Double quote. John nodded as he hung up on his cell phone, then addressed the orc. Now listen up, Krug. You caused a lot of trouble tonight, but I know you didn't mean it. For now, I want you to go to the servants' entrance of the castle. Your dinner will be there for you. We'll talk about this later. Understood? Krug nodded as he shuffled off toward the Talbane estate. Matthew's father then turned to the teenage lycanthropes beside him, while gesturing to the still unconscious pig in his hand. So you two are saying that this is the impostor that is claiming to be Jean Monsieur my son? Nebiki nodded. That's Ranma all right. I mean, that's the guy who says that he's Ranma Matthew. Well, you what I mean. I still can't believe that he got so lost that he ended up here in England. So what are you going to do with him? Same thing we do to anyone who stumbles onto this property and learns one of its secrets. John noted her apprehension and waved it off. Now don't worry. All we're going to do is to make him forget this incident happened. If he ever remembers this, he'll think that it was just a dream. So you're going to have those witches you told me about cast some kind of spell? The Grimbard sisters? No, I'm afraid that manipulating memories isn't their forte. They specialize in illusions and charms. However, I do have an expert in the field from Ireland. So what is he? A leprechaun? How did ye guess? Nebiki backpedaled frantically when she heard the voice, then her eyes widened in surprise as a tiny person, dressed in emerald green outfit, appeared sitting on John's right shoulder. The figure seemed to be no more than 8 inches high, with curly, white hair and a small beard. He had a kind of chipper fellow, and in his right hand was a cane. He gave the surprised werewolf an apologetic smile, then stood up and tipped his hat to her. Top of the evening to ye, miss. Sure as I didn't mean to give you D.A. Willis. Seamus O'Shea at ye service. 8. Matthew's father chuckled a bit as he continued with the introductions. Seamus clan, like many other supernatural races, happened to have a contract with the Talbanes. Aye, that we do, John. Ye clan did help mine own out of a very sticky situation some 900 or so years ago. What happened? Matthew's girlfriend asked. Ah, you wouldn't have believed that an entire leprechaun clan did lose all of its gold to some stinking ogres. Not a single pot left to me family. We would have been doomed, were it not for Martin Talbane, John and Matthew's great-great-great and so forth grandfather. A good beastie man he was. That's right, the older Talbane affirmed. Leprechauns derive their magic from their pots of gold. That's the main reason why they guard them so fiercely. Our ancestor, Martin Talbane, discovered that in one of our silver mines, there was also a very large deposit of gold. After restoring their treasure and their powers, Seamus clan swore to aid the Talbanes with their fairy magic. They're quite good at tricking human minds. He then set Ranma down on the ground and pointed to him. Seamus, I'm afraid that he wandered into the forest and saw Krukandas. I need his memory fogged up. The tiny man chuckled a bit. Surely he must be joking, John. Why would he be worried about the shenanigans of a wee little piggy like? He then stopped as he got a better look at the lost heir to the Sodom anything goes. Ah! Now I be seeing what ye mean. Been many a year since I laid eyes on some poor lad who got cursed from Jews and killed. I didn't think many would be daft enough to go there. Jews leave that wee little problem to me. Why don't you? John nodded as he set the piglet down on the ground. Seamus hopped down beside Ranma and began weaving a spell with his cane. Amazingly, a small cloud of fog began to appear above the black porker. The sudden chill caused the cursed heir to the anything goes to begin awakening. However, Seamus quickly whacked him on the head with his cane, knocking Ranma out again. When Nebiki gave Seamus a concerned look, the leprechaun waved her off. Now, no need to go fussing about it. This cursed lad will only wake with but a wee bump on the noggin. The thought I be stirring up will cloud his memories. To quote Shakespeare, to him it will be naught but a midsummer's night dream ! Double quote much later. So you think Ranma will remember anything? The female werewolf asked as she followed the motions of the Talbanes in their basic katas. The three of them were standing in another open clearing in the woods. Doubtful. Matthew replied as he and his father threw several dozen punches, which Nebiki followed with ease. When Seamus uses that mystic fog of his, any recent memories that fake ag will be just that, a fog. When he comes to, he'll be back in Japan. The Grimbard sisters sent him through one of the portals in the Makai. Of course, with his sense of direction, I can't guarantee that he'll return to the Tendo home anytime soon. Are you sure that you want to leave things the way they are now? I mean, he's using your name. Yeah? So what? As far as I'm concerned, he can have the name of Ranma Sodom. It's given me nothing but grief, and besides, I don't want that stupid panda man bugging me about that pledge to unite the anything goes. No offense to you or your family, mind you. None taken. Nebiki assured, though a small part of her liked the idea of being engaged to Matthew. She put those thoughts away as she continued to focus on her training. Though she didn't realize it, her martial arts skills were steadily improving and her level was already above that of Akhan's, even without her secondary lycanthropy. The next day, In Japan Wheremi. Ow! How did I bump my head? Ranma continued to rub the small welt on his head as he looked about. For the life of him, he couldn't remember the events of the day before. He could have sworn that as a piglet, he had gotten on a plane at the airport, but nothing further than that. Now he was in his human form and the lost martial artist then dove for cover as he realized that he was naked and standing near the public restrooms at the Tokyo Mall. The day afterwards in London, England, Abiki smiled as she and the Talbanes entered into the huge theater, and sat down in their private balcony seats. After spending an entire day of sightseeing and shopping, she was looking forward to enjoying the performance of the world-renowned, cat-themed acrobatic and dance troupe. Though the general populace believed that Felicia and her cohorts were simply talented performers in feline costumes, in reality, they were from an ancient race of beast humanoids known as Catwomen. At that moment, just as the crowds took their seats and the theater was filled to capacity, the lights began to dim and the spotlight cast its beam down toward the center of the stage. The curtains parted to reveal Felicia in all of her feline glory. She gave the applauding crowds a bow and made the introductions. "Good evening everyone, and it's great to be here in merry old England. I'm Felicia and we hope that you will enjoy our performance tonight. And now on with the show." On cue, music began to play in the background and flashing lights appeared as several Catwomen came from the sides and strutted, displaying their cat-like agility and balance, achieving incredible feats of acrobatics that would have put the Chinese circus to shame. There were several rounds of oohs and ahs from the audience as the feline females showed them the Catwoman version of River Dance. Some of them even broke out in songs, forming a chorus line. With their shapely curves and sexy demeanor, they made the Rockettes look like old maids. Throughout the show, Matthew kept a brave front, as he didn't want anyone to see how uncomfortable he was in the presence of so many cats. Though he didn't fear them, they still brought back bad memories. The sudden appearance of the false Ranma only strengthened his contempt for his former father. Genma showed on after the main performance and 3 encores. "John, it's great to see you again," Felicia said as they entered her dressing room. The Catwoman happily bounced toward Matthew's father and gave him an affectionate hug. The younger werewolf stood behind them. "It's good to see you too, Felicia. An impressive show, as always." After nuzzling his cheek, she then noticed the 2 teens behind him. She smiled as she released her embrace and walked over to them. "Matthew, great to see you too." "Oh yeah, great," he said with hesitation. It had taken a lot of self-control and restraint after having to walk through the main dressing room of the Catwoman troupe in order to get to Felicia's private section. Several of the younger Catwomen had been giving him a look that was all too familiar. After all, he got the same looks from Shampoo and several Amazons back near Juzenkyo. Human girls he could handle, but getting lustful stares from catgirls was a different story altogether. Felicia noted his apprehension and addressed his father. John? The elder Talbane shrugged his shoulders at her unspoken question. I'm still working on it. However, my son isn't the reason why we've come to see you. Alright. You told me over the phone that you wanted to downgrade a person's secondary lycanthropy to tertiary levels, so she would only transform during a full moon. The feline performer looked back at the youngsters and addressed the girl beside Matthew. I'm guessing that's you, right? She sniffed the air around Nebiki and nodded. Yep. You definitely got quite a bit of werewolf in you, miss. I'm Nebiki Tendo. Pleased to meet you, Felicia. She held out her hand in which the feline star shook. As she was face to face with her, the middle Tendo girl could clearly see that her costume was actually sparse patches of white fur, which covered her body like a skimpy bikini. Felicia nodded in response to her greeting, then addressed John again. I'm sorry, John, but I'm afraid that I don't have the means to reduce her lycanthropy. In any case, trying to lower her werewolf traits now would be dangerous. She's already been infected with secondary lycanthropy for too long now. Her body would reject any attempts to lessen her werewolf powers. Matthew's father nodded in understanding. I was afraid of that. I suppose our little trip to China took too long. But you did say on the phone that you had something that could allow Miss Tendo to have better control over her transformations. That's right. I did. She then sat down and reached toward an ornamental box on her dresser drawer. She opened the lid, and pulled out what looked like a medallion, or at least a part of a medallion on a chain. The fragment had a partial image of a wolf. What's that? Matthew inquired. It's part of an ancient medallion that was broken into several pieces and scattered all over the earth. My ancestors came across this fragment a few centuries back and it's been in the family since then. It was supposedly forged by some ancient spellcaster, who was said to have been among the first of the werewolves. According to legend, if a human wears this, then he/she shall become a werewolf, without being bitten. So what you're saying is, Nebiki said as she caught on to Felicia's train of thought. What I'm saying is that since we can't downgrade your lycanthropy, then the only other option is to upgrade it to primary lycanthropy. If you were to collect the other pieces of this medallion, then it is possible for you to become a true werewolf. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! That was a long chapter, but now that it's done, we are now going to begin a major story arc as our favorite werewolves will begin their world tour with plenty of Darkstalkers and guest stars. We'll also see the conclusion of the fight between Alucard and Alexander, plus the ominous approach of a major opponent. Stay tuned. In this story, Nebiki learned early on about Akan's lack of cooking ability. To run the gargoyle, his family forged Jacob Talbane's swords. Thanks Alex for the idea. 3 Cinco the Kappa. Matthew's ancestor brought over a family of Kappas during the early 1800s, several years before Admiral Perry forced Japan to open up to the world. For Kalasay the Indian, An idea from Alex. She helps in training members of the Tallbane family in underwater fighting. When dry, her fish half becomes human. 5. One of the most hilarious special moves of Vampire Savior. 6. The legendary Spider-Woman of Japan. Ever saw Wicked City? 7. Witches from Salem. Thanks Richter. 8. Same Associate Leprechaun * Chapter 13 * Chapter 12 World Tour Part 1 The Beast Within. Disclaimer: all characters described in this story belong to their respective creators, so their thoughts. English language. Chapter 12 World Tour Part 1 The quest begins. Nabiki Tendo, second daughter of Sun Tendo of the Tendo School of Anything Goes Martial Arts, was currently in deep thought as she leaned over the railing. She was admiring the view from one of the balconies of Castle Tallbane. She was also in her hybrid form, having taken off the enchanted pendant. However, she didn't have any fear of others seeing her in her lycanthrope appearance. Every member of the human staff had sworn blood oaths never to reveal the secrets of the estate. There was also the fact that a good portion of the residents were non-human themselves. Additionally, the castle was well secluded from prying eyes. True to the seamstress Aranon's word, the clothes Nabiki wore had adapted themselves to fit the girl's larger, more muscular and curved frame. The t-shirts she had put on had shrunk down to a kind of halter top which left her midsection exposed. The slacks had become shorts with a hole in the back to allow her tail to sway. The shoes had become leather anklets. As she continued to view the landscape, Kasumi and Neko-ken's sister contemplated the discussions she had with Felicia 2 nights ago. And all things considered, it was possibly the only option she could take. She certainly couldn't go home the way she was now. Even with the enchanted pendants, it would only be a matter of time before her family found out that she was no longer human. She could almost hear her father blubbering how his little girl had become a monster. Becoming a full-fledged werewolf was a big step and her life would be irrevocably changed. Then again, that would bring her much closer to Matthew, which was considered a plus. She would have full control over her powers and would only have to worry when the full moon was out. The Tallbanes had been able to live among human society for centuries, so why couldn't she? She nodded as she made up her mind and went to see her boyfriend and his father that afternoon. So you've decided to go after those other medallion pieces, huh? Matthew asked as he and Nabiki sparred in the main courtyard. Both were in their human forms. The son of John Tallbane was currently using a quarterstaff. Yeah. Well, I decided that since I'm already part werewolf, I might as well get the full package, she replied as she threw some kicks. Herbo noted that her movements had gotten smoother and more fluid. Her skills had advanced in a short amount of time, validating Matthew's earlier judgment that Sun should have chosen her, rather than her younger sister, as the heir to the family style. As he stabbed with one end of the staff toward her midsection, she twisted about and countered with her new weapon, a pair of wooden tonfa. She brought her right arm about and deflected the attack with the side of one of the instruments, then lashed out with her left arm to counterattack. Matthew withdrew and blocked the strike with his staff. After making her decision to become a full werewolf, Nebiki had also decided to begin weapons training as well. Though her father and Genma scoffed at the idea of using weapons, their fighting style made them hypocrites, which made use of any and all advantages in battle. This included cheating and utilizing weapons if available. And after all that she had experienced so far, the short-haired girl had learned that there were some things that one did not want to touch with one's hands. At first, she had thought that she could learn to use the nunchakus, but had decided that they really didn't suit her. Fortunately, the tall Werewolf fist style was highly adaptable, and the family armory had a wide selection that she could choose from. The werewolves were not limited to just the sword and chain clubs. After experimenting with several different types of arms, she had eventually settled on the tonfa, which gave her both an increase in reach, striking and blocking ability. The side handles were also full for hooking one's opponent. They were simple and could be used in a variety of ways. They were also easy to carry and hide. Matthew had later taught her the basics of the hidden weapons techniques. At that moment, John Talbane appeared on the scene. He motioned the two to stop in their practice. Behind him was the Catwoman Felicia. You two should get ready to go. The medallion piece has just shown us where to find the first section. Where's that, Dad? Matthew inquired. A certain place called Stonehenge. Double quote in the conference room of Castle Talbane. So how does this thing work? Nebiki asked as she, John, Matthew and Felicia sat around a large table in the middle of the room. Matthew's father nodded as he displayed the medallion piece in his hand. On the table was a large, ancient map that depicted the world. The document was written in a long-forgotten dialect and it had several rune symbols on it. He held up the fragment by its chain, and then held up a blue-colored piece of crystal in his other hand. This is a gemstone from the Makai known as a Lunai. Normally, the medallion fragment will only work under the light of the moon. However, this gem can mimic moonlight, and therefore, John demonstrated by tilting the gem toward the piece. This caused the jewel to flash, which in turn made the artifact glow with an eerie aura. A beam of brilliant blue light shot forth from the piece and illuminated a certain spot on the map. So that's where we'll find the fragment? Matthew asked. Yes, John answered. We should get going right away. He rolled up the map and pocketed both the medallion piece and Lunai. Later in Wiltshire, England. Come on, Matthew. You've just got to take a picture of this. Nebiki said excitedly as she climbed on top of one of the stone slabs. My family would never believe I was here. The young werewolf shrugged his shoulders as he took out a small, digital camera, and snapped a photo of his girlfriend as she waved at him. She then lightly jumped down to the ground as John and Felicia motioned for them to follow them toward the center of the famous ruins. Currently it was near sundown, and the regular tours to the ruins had ended for the day, leaving only the four of them. Let's go, you two. "We're not here for just sightseeing," John called out. Felicia nodded as she held up the broken medallion toward the stone slabs and sensed that the mystical energies were strongest toward the inner circle. The small group made their way around the various formations until their supernatural senses began to make them more on edge. Nabiki felt a tingle down her spine as her lycanthrope abilities made her acutely aware of the magical fields surrounding her. She then asked Matthew, "Whoa! What exactly is this place supposed to be?" "There are some theories that Stonehenge was used like some kind of calendar," John said. "Then there are some ideas that it was actually a place used for ancient sacrifices, or even as a burial ground. And of course, there are the more outrageous ideas, such as Stonehenge being an ancient beacon to signal alien spaceships." John's son shrugged again. "Well, actually no one's quite sure what Stonehenge was created for. This place was ancient even before the first Talbane became a werewolf. What we do know, at least in my family, is that it happens to be on top of a lot of intersecting ley lines." "Ley lines?" "That's right, Nabiki," John explained. "Ley lines are described as the mystical channels in which all of the magic on Earth traverse. Stonehenge happens to be a very popular gathering spot for druids, witches and wizards, both in the past and present. In fact, we know of a couple of groups of magic users who still use Stonehenge to this day." Matthew shuddered a bit at his father's words. "Yeah, and there's one group of loonies which I hope we'll never see again." "Who?" Nabiki inquired. "I believe my son is referring to the Order of the Magisters," Matt's father explained. "They happen to be a very secretive group of wizards that were quite influential during the Dark Ages. However, their power began to decline when science and technology became more accepted by society. Instead of trying to adapt to the modern world, like our family, the wizards have this crazy idea about bringing a new dark age. Matthew and I ran afoul of them some 3 years ago." "Yeah," the younger werewolf agreed. "Dad and I accidentally stumbled onto one of their secret strongholds. They kept on accusing us of being spies and well, stuff happened." "What kind of stuff?" Soon's daughter asked. "Well, not really much. They tried to use their magic to destroy us, and we retaliated. What my son means is that we brought their entire fortress down around their ears." Noting Nabiki's expression of disbelief, Matthew's sire quickly added, "Keep in mind that it was all self-defense. Anyways, we've got a medallion piece to find, and it's not like we're going to encounter them again." It was at that moment that the entire area started to glow with an eerie light. The werewolves and Catwoman immediately went into defensive stances as their supernatural senses went into overdrive. Near the center of the ruins, a small, circular spot of energy appeared before them, and then started to grow in diameter. John immediately recognized it as a dimensional gate and signaled for the others to take cover. Matt grabbed Nabiki's hand and pulled her toward a formation of stones. His father led Felicia to hide in the opposite direction. They all managed to get out of sight as the portal shimmered and the first of the newcomers stepped forward. They were dressed in dark, hooded robes, and were reciting ancient Latin phrases. When the son of John Talbane saw their insignia, he let off a groan. "Oh no! Not these guys again! Who are they?" Nebiki whispered. "Magisters." The two continued to watch as more and more members of the ancient order arrived through the portal. Soon, more than 50 people were crowding the innermost area of the famous ruins. One of the magisters, most likely the leader of the group, raised a hand and chanted a few choice words in Latin. This caused a bright strobe of light to appear, gaining the attention of his brethren. Once they turned to face him, he lowered his head and revealed an old, grizzled face with a thin, gray beard. With a low, but commanding tone, he spoke, "My brother magisters, tonight marketh the beginning of our greatest triumph. Thy loathsome modern world shall be smoten, and a new dark age shall cometh, in which we shall once again take our rightful place as rulers of all ! Right curly bracket marketh. Cometh? Smoten? These guys sound like Kuno." Matthew's girlfriend remarked quietly, and then shuddered at the thought of the Wanabe samurai. "Like I said, these people haven't changed since before the Renaissance era. Oh, I am kind of wondering how they intend to bring about a new dark age. They may know some spells, but they don't have anywhere near enough power to do something like that." It was at that moment that the leader held up an ornamental box. "Behold! The key to our return to absolute power! Right curly bracket From their hiding spots, Felicia and John also observed the ceremony. "What do you think is in that box?" the feline performer wondered. "Nothing good, that's for sure," the werewolf replied, and then noticed a light emanating from his pants pocket. Reaching into it, he withdrew the medallion fragment and was surprised to see it glowing. "What's going on? I thought this thing didn't activate unless struck by moonlight or if another fragment is nearby." He looked back at the ceremony and almost gasped out loud as the wizard opened the box and displayed its contents. It was one of the pieces of the medallion. "You've got to be kidding. The magisters have a piece of the medallion we've been looking for." Unfortunately, John was not the only one who noticed that the piece was glowing. The leader of the magisters then saw the flash emanating in their direction and cried out, "Interlopers! They have seen too much. Yon knaves must be Asmodean." In an instant, the wizards turned to attack Matthew's father and his feline friend out from their hiding place. Matthew and Nebiki deployed their own weapons and leapt into the fray. Instead of his usual nunchakus, John's son pulled out a pair of sais. For his girlfriend, this would be the first fight with her new tonfa. He motioned her to follow him and stay close. The magisters began chanting some battle spells as they threw forth balls of eldritch energies at their foes. Some decided for the more direct approach as they charged with clubs and swords. However, since the area was very crowded, the werewolves and the catwoman had the advantage in close quarters combat. Felicia let off a growl as she curled up into a ball and rolled along the ground like a high-speed bowling ball. Several of the Magisters were knocked down like 10 pins. She then leapt upwards with claws bared, slashing several more in the process. "'Tis some demonic demon. Destroyeth the accursed devil spawn." "Devil spawn?" Felicia cried out, clearly insulted. "I'll have you know that in Las Vegas, Caesar's Palace wants to book my show for a month." Behind her, John brought out his nunchakus and fought off several of his foes. He had to move carefully as he didn't want the ruins of Stonehenge to be damaged in the ensuing fight. Also, there was no telling how the spells of Magisters would affect the network of ley lines. Fighting nearby, Matthew blocked a sword slash with one of his sais, and then kicked out with a foot, tripping his attacker. Taking a quick glance behind him, he checked to see if Nebiki needed any help. WHA boom. As a Magister went sailing overhead from her kick, it was apparent that she didn't need much in the way of assistance. Though she was still a beginner by Talbane standards, Nebiki's enhanced strength, speed and new weapons made her good enough to defeat the horde of Ranma in far less time than Neko-ken. Her moves were more refined and didn't waste as much motion as her younger sister. It also helped that the wizards were not experts in hand-to-hand combat and were attacking in a disorganized mob. Nebiki had some practice against her honorary Amazon sister Shempa for a few days. In fact, Matthew estimated that the middle Tendo daughter currently had just enough skill to defeat Kuno. He winced slightly as he saw a Magister go down after receiving a hard whack from one of her confidant. The leader of the Magisters shook his head in disgust as he saw how badly his side was faring. Though they outnumbered the intruders 5-1, they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. He then saw that a trio of Magisters fire off a volley of fireballs at Matthew, who easily dodged the attacks. The resulting blasts caused some considerable damage to the ruins. The wizard leader groaned as he too did not want anything destroyed. He waved off to the three. "But he doeth more harm than good." At that point, he noticed that one of the intruders was getting pushed back by the sheer number of foes. Seeing that she was most likely the weakest of the four, he decided that she would be the instrument to end this fight in his favor. Chanting a small incantation, he threw forth a hand and large fireball streaked toward his target. Nebiki let off a cry of pain as the magical projectile struck her from behind. As a result, she dropped her tonfa and was immediately dogpiled by at least 6 Magisters. 2 of them managed to grab hold of her arms and she saw something shiny and deadly near her throat. Normally, she would have shook them off with her lycanthrope strength, but the magical attack had left her dizzy and off balance. "Nabs!" The entire melee stopped with Matthew's shout. Felicia and John also ceased fighting as they saw Nebiki being held hostage, with a Magister's ceremonial blade near her jugular. A ceremonial knife made of silver. The lead Magister smirked in triumph and said, "Now we'll lay down their fine arms and surrender, if you doth value her life." There was a long silence as the Talbanes and Felicia considered their options. Then finally, John nodded to his son and dropped his nunchakus to the ground. Matthew followed suit with his sighs. In that instant, they too were captured. Later Nebiki struggled against her bonds, as she, Felicia, Matthew and John had been tied up against a large column of stone. Despite being stronger than a normal human, she was unable to snap the ropes. If she wasn't wearing her enchanted pendant, she was certain that her hybrid form would have no trouble. Matthew shook his head to her attempts and whispered to her, "Don't bother, Nabs. I think these ropes have been enchanted. I can't break these things either, and I think they're preventing me from transforming." "Good guess, son," John concurred. "These ropes may have some mithril woven into their fibers." He glanced over to Felicia. "Any luck?" The feline performer strained around her back, then shook her head and whispered back, "I've been trying to cut through with my claws, but my hands are tied at a bad angle. I just got my right pinky working on them. I'm glad I didn't have my manicure done tonight." It was at that time that the leader of the Magisters and his followers approached them. Several other members began taking positions around the circle of stone slabs and began working their magic. Soon the entire area was surrounded by a ring of mystical energy. The old wizard pointed an accusing finger at John. "Beneath it no further. Now was't intending to interfere with the Magisters?" "To be honest, I didn't think you people were still around, let alone know what you were planning to do here," John admitted. "We were actually looking for that medallion piece you got there." The leader snorted as he held up the object in question, and then held up the piece that he had taken from Matthew's father. "And I thank Eddie for bringing us the means to this in our greatest triumph. Since ye already know too much, I shall reveal to ye what no man knows, the true purpose of Stonehenge." "And what might that be?" John inquired as he continued to struggle with his bonds. However, unknown to his captors, his movements had a secret purpose. Tucked in its case on his belt was his cell phone. He managed to activate it, which dialed a certain number. As a result, a very important person received the signal and began listening in on the conversation. Not knowing that he was revealing his plans to more outsiders, the Magister Elder continued to boast. "We Magisters have discovered it to be a magical weapon of mass destruction. However, we lack efficacy in order to use it until now." At that point, the Magisters surrounding the ruins began to chant even more vigorously. The leader then placed the two-medallion fragment onto an ornate pedestal. They both started to glow with the same magical aura. "With these artifacts, the spell we conjure it shall bring forth a massive blast, which will blow beyond London town. With each attack, we shall destroy every major city, plunging the world into a new dark age, where we shall rule once more." There was a long pause as his words were being digested. Then Matthew let out a snort of disdain at the so-called master plan. "Geez, you guys are even loonier than the last time. Stonehenge is a weapon of mass destruction. Have you guys been drinking sour meat or something? You dare to mock at us? TCH. What was your first clue? You accuse us of knowing too much, But I think it's more like you don't know enough ! Double quote right curly bracket. As Matthew continued to taunt the Magister Elder, Felicia looked about at what was happening. She noted that the wizards were so intent on completing the spell, that they didn't seem to noticing anything else around them. That included a very large shadow that was approaching them from the far end of the ring of slabs. That shadow, and its scent was familiar. The Catwoman turned to John and gave him a knowing smile. Matthew's father nodded and smiled back at her. Silence. The Magister leader roared. Thy insolent tongue shall be stilled this night. Once the spell is complete, thy doom shall be certain. Dost thou have any last words? I've got something to say. Felicia said out loud. The Magister gave the feline woman a snort of disdain. And what would the demon spawn like to say? Just this, go get him, Victor. Boom. As a film cue, nearly 9 feet of reanimated human parts smashed through the mystic circle. Flash back to 3 hours ago. Just a mile from Stonehenge. You and Emily stay here with the van, while I go with John and the others. Okay? Felicia instructed. Along with the Gerbenheim siblings were 2 of her Catwoman company workers. Okay. The large, electrically driven golem nodded. How long will you be gone? Emily asked. Felicia shrugged her shoulders. Not really sure. We might find the medallion piece right away, or it could take hours. Tell you what, if we're not back in about 3 hours from now, you can come get us. There won't be any tourists around, so you won't have to worry about anyone seeing you. Is that all right with you? Okay. Victor will find in 3 hours. Double quote end of flashback. At this point, Felicia and the others were very grateful for Victor's timely arrival as he bulldozed his way toward his employer. The Magisters were knocked down like dominoes as Victor smashed anyone who got in his way. Several volleys of fireballs struck him, but they were as effective as cotton balls. Emily's brother let out a roar, then raised a massive fist above his head before slamming it down. Upon impact, he sent a massive amount of voltage through the ground, and shocked several of his foes into unconsciousness. Back at the column, Felicia let off a cry of triumph as she finally cut through one of the ropes that bound her hands. With her right hand free and her claws bared, she quickly made short work of the remaining vans. Once released, the Tallbanes and Nebiki swept up their weapons, which had been discarded to the side when they had been captured. Not wanting to take any more chances, they all shifted to their hybrid forms and leapt into the fray to aid their rescuer. On the pedestal, the 2 medallion pieces glowed even brighter as the spell was nearing its completion. Double quote Dragon Cannon. A blast of ki and magic laid down several more Magisters and gave Victor some elbow room. The big golem nodded his thanks to Matthew's father as he continued to fight. Soon the conflict moved outside the ring of slabs and into the open. However, as the battle raged on, the Magisters who surrounded Stonehenge in a mystic ring were close to finishing the spell. The center of the ruins was enveloped in a blinding bright light. Nebiki noticed the event and called out to John's son, just as she was slamming another of their foes to the ground. Matt! The younger Tallbane nodded as he charged in and knocked out 3 of the wizards. On the other side, Felicia took out 4 more. Without them to sustain the magical field, the ring of power began to falter. No. Jan's spell must be finished. With these words, the lead magister focused all of his power and projected one massive blast into the center of the ruins. This caused Stonehenge to let off a titanic beam of light, which it shot straight into the sky. Everyone looked up at sight, while the villain let off a shout of triumph and wait for the utter destruction of London. And wait, there was a long stretch of silence as both sides stopped in total disbelief. Finally, the Magister Elder spoke. London town be not destroyeth. Then what does this Stonehenge doeth? 2. Matthew also stared up at the sky, and then he said, "Wow. I guess it really is a beacon for UFOs." At that moment, several bands of armed men appeared around the ruins and surrounded the Magisters. They were all dressed in black uniforms and sported the insignia of the Halsey organization. These men belonged to the branch that operated in Europe. John smiled as he took out his cell phone and called the special number that Sir Integra had given to him before he had left Japan. Later, as they group rode back to Talbane Castle in the van, they discussed the night's events. "So what's going to happen to the Order of the Magisters?" Nabiki asked. "Sir Integra and the Halsey organization will make certain that they will never trouble anyone ever again," John assured as he held up the 2 medallion pieces. The artifacts immediately joined into one larger piece, then glowed in unison. "In any case, we got what we came for, and it's time to see where to find the next piece of this puzzle." He then brought the unified fragment toward the window of the van and let the moonlight shine upon it. Immediately, it let off a beam of light which illuminated a spot on the map, then faded away. Matthew's father nodded as he declared their next destination. "Pack your bags for our next stop, Paris, France." Meanwhile, somewhere out in space, the beam of light that Stonehenge had emitted continued to streak out into the void of space. Unknown to all those involved, the medallion had another function than just the ability to turn Nebiki into a full werewolf. Encoded in its beam was a hidden alien code, which only one being in the cosmos would receive. It was a signal for the most malevolent being in the entire universe. He was known by many names, such as the Bringer of Extinction, the Eater of Worlds, and the Ultimate Destroyer. Pyron. To be continued. Author's notes. That takes care of part 1 of the World Tour story arc. As for the appearance of Pyron and the other Darkstalkers, well, stay tuned. I'm just getting started. One right parenthesis, I got this idea from an episode of Jackie Chan Adventures. Couldn't resist this phrase from the above episode of Jackie Chan Adventures. Chapter 14 Chapter 13 World Tour Part 2. The Beast Within. Disclaimer: by now you know the routine. Everything and everyone mentioned in this story isn't mine, but I wish they were. French language, English language, thoughts. Chapter 13 World Tour Part 2. Gathering of fighters in Japan. 2 days after the Stonehenge incident, Kasumi smiled as she looked over the picture of Nebiki at the ancient ruins of Stonehenge. She also held in her hand the letter that her sister had sent. Nearby, Soon was hard at work, trying to keep Genma's non-stop growing hair from overrunning the Tendo compound. It hadn't stopped growing ever since his friend had dumped the contents of the miracle hair growth shampoo on his head. It had gotten to the point that scissors, electric razors, and even a katana blade couldn't keep it in check. The head of the Tendo household started to think about using a lawnmower. Beside him, Akan growled as she brushed out the hairs in her training GI. At that point, Kasumi began to read the letter. To my family, how are things going in Japan? I hope everyone is alright. I'm doing fine. I hope you are all enjoying the gifts I sent you. Oh, and I just recalled something. Remember that miracle hair growth shampoo that Mr. Sodom wanted? My friend from that Chinese Amazon village had told me about the side effects when she gave it to me, especially for Jews and Holocaust victims. I hope Mr. Sodom read that Japanese translation and didn't dump all of the contents onto his head. According to what shampoo told me, all his remaining hair follicles won't stop growing for about a month. Genma moaned and shook his head, while grumbling. "Ma," she tells us. Kasumi read on. "If you happen to be buried under a thick carpet of hair, shampoo did tell me how to stop it from growing. Apparently, the miracle growth formula's effects can be reversed by bathing the victim in a special mixture of various ingredients for about a day. With this letter I've provided you a list and the instructions on how to make the anti-hair growth formula. You'll also find the ingredients in the crate I sent to you." Akan walked over to the crate the postman had left and opened the wooden container. She then took out several bottles and containers. Her expression soured as she read the labels. Skunk oil concentrate of poison ivy bat saliva yak hair Chinese monkey fingernails. Where did Nebiki get all this stuff? Her elder sister nodded as she continued to read. "You'd be surprised what one can get when you happen to be friends with a rich family like the Telbanes. In any case, I hope this helps. I also sent some souvenirs from England, and now I'm heading to Paris, France. I'm already saying ooh la la. Matt's father wants me to experience some French martial arts like that. I'll see if I can get some of that French wine that Dad always wanted to try." Soon perked up at the thought of tasting European alcohol. Sake was good, but he had always wanted to sample those beverages from the West. After a moment of dreaming of imbibing French wine, he went back to cutting down Genma's hair. "As always, I love you all and I hope to see you again." Nebiki at that point, Akan went over to Kasumi and took the recipe for the anti-hair growth formula. She read over the instructions and smiled. "This is an easy formula. I could make this stuff up. No sweat. Leave it to me." The rest of the Tendo family and Genma turned pale at her announcement as she went off to get some cooking pots and equipment. Kasumi looked down at the letter and read the last part. "P.S. Kasumi, please do not let Akan try to mix the formula. Even Shampoo and her great-grandmother aren't sure what the side effects will be if she makes it wrong. In Paris, France. Ooh. What does this say? Nebiki asked as she held up a bottle of red liquid in a local wine shop. Matthew nodded as he knew how to read French. It says Chateau Basque year 1973. That's a good year. John concurred as he selected 3 more bottles of fine liquor and paid for them. After making the arrangements to have the wine delivered to the Tendo Dojo, the group left the store and headed out toward the Eiffel Tower. As they walked down the streets of Paris, they discussed what they planned to do in their search for the next medallion piece. It's a shame that Felicia and her group couldn't come with us, Nebiki remarked. Matthew's father nodded. Yes, well, her show had already toured Paris last month, and then they got that message from Las Vegas flashback, can you believe it? Caesar's Palace is actually offering 10 times as much for us to do our show for a month, Felicia said as she and her troupe prepared to head out overseas to the United States. Congratulations, Felicia, John said as he and his son were saying their goodbyes to the Catwoman and the Jordanheim siblings. So you'll be gone for the next month? Not really. I agreed to a 2-week contract. Say, why don't you and your son join us? The sexy Catgirl walked up seductively to the elder werewolf, then traced a finger on his well-muscled chest. I'm pretty sure I can work a couple of werewolves into the act. She then leaned forward and whispered intimately in his ear. And I know of some very nice places in Vegas we can visit afterwards. Matthew's sire cleared his throat and said in a polite tone, Sorry, Felicia. I'm afraid that finding the other pieces of the medallion takes priority. Thanks for the offer though. The feline female nodded. She then sighed and nodded. Yeah, I suppose you have to help that Tendo girl. But keep me updated on your quest, okay? Maybe we'll run into each other again soon. End of flashback. In any case, we still have about 11 more pieces to go, John remarked as he held up the incomplete medallion. According to the legend, this was broken up into 13 pieces and scattered all over the earth. So why was the medallion broken and spread over the world? His son asked. Hard to say, really. The legend gets fuzzy over the reason. It was at that moment that the trio noticed a large crowd that was surrounding a ring. In the ring were 2 fighters. One was a huge Frenchman, using the martial art known as savate. He wore hard, rubber shoes, loose pants and was bare-chested. His opponent had long, blonde hair tied in a stylish ponytail. He was wearing a red baseball cap with a metal plate, a sleeveless red jacket with a large star on the back, fingerless leather gloves, blue jeans and high-top shoes. He was lean, but muscled and was obviously American. He gave his foe a friendly smile and dared him to attack. The tall Baines and Nebiki stopped to watch the spectacle and Matthew pointed to the American fighter. Hey, don't we know that guy? John Bain chuckled and nodded. Indeed we do, son. Indeed we do. And he's not the only one. He gestured to two other people who were standing beside the ring. One was a blond man who was wearing a kind of sleeveless tunic, matching pants and ninja tabi shoes. Hanging lovingly on his arm was a voluptuous, large-breasted woman with long, red hair done in a top-knot ponytail. She was dressed in a simple ensemble of blouse, skirt and low-heeled pumps. Come on, son. It's time for the tall Bane wolves to meet with the hungry wolves again. Double quote back in Japan. Ken, please. Let me make the anti-hair growth formula. Kasumi pleaded as she watched her younger sibling stir the brew in the kitchen. I can do this. The stubborn girl insisted as she haphazardly added the ingredients to the pot. She had already added several dubious foodstuffs that weren't on the list. After barely glancing at the recipe, she looked about the table for the next component to the formula. I don't see any of the powdered butterfly wings. Oh well, this powdered sugar should do fine. Ken. The elder sister pointed to the correct ingredient that was on the edge of the table. She would have rushed in to stop her. However, the fumes that were emanating from the pot were so noxious that she couldn't get past the kitchen doorway. Behind Kasumi, Sue and Genma cowered in absolute terror as they too had serious misgivings to letting Ken make the formula. Then Ken proudly turned up the heat on the stove and said, "Now the recipe says to add 1 teaspoon of this secret ingredient. That doesn't sound like it would be enough. It would be better if I just use all of it." With that, she dumped the entire contents of the bottle into the pot. This made the brew begin to violently bubble and give off sparks. At that point, Kasumi, Sue and Genma ran for cover. However, since the father of Ranma was still under the effect of the miracle hair growth shampoo, he tripped over his ever-lengthening beard, causing him to fall flat on his face. He also knocked into Sue, causing him to trip as well. Only Kasumi managed to get far enough away before KBO. The entire Tendo compound shook violently as the explosion sent a fireball through the halls. Kasumi shut herself inside a broom closet and was thus spared from the blast. Her family and their houseguest, however, were not as fortunate. When she finally emerged from the closet, Sue's eldest child was horrified at what she saw. The walls of her home were blackened and smoking. There was a pungent smell of burned wood, leather and fabric. Then she walked over to the kitchen and saw 3 figures sprawled on the floor. She breathed out a sigh of relief as they moaned and groaned, indicating that they had survived. And there was some good news. The good news was that ensuing fireball had seared off all the hair on Genma's body, and gave him some impressive burns, thereby preventing his hair follicles from growing anymore. The bad news, however, was that the blast had burned off Sue and Ken's hair as well. The kitchen was in shambles, and when Kasumi sniffed about, she discovered the second effect of her sister's concoction. !! Later at Dr. Tofu's clinic, what is that smell coming from the waiting room? The good physician and shiatsu master said as he held his nose. The odor was so overpowering that he felt none of the Kasumi ties with her in the office. In the waiting room were Genma, Sue and Neko-ken. The other patients immediately left the clinic once they got a whiff of the stench that clung to them. "So do you smell rotten eggs and sakura petals?" the brown-haired girl asked. Actually, I smell ginseng tea with sulfur," Dr. Tofu replied. "That's strange." One of the patients swore he smelled okonomiyaki and burning truck tires. Another one said that Neko-ken, father and Mr. Sodom smelled like rotting fish heads and gumballs. What exactly happened? Neko-ken's sister paused for a moment to collect her thoughts, and then she replied, "Well, it all started when we received a package from Nebiki." 10 minutes later, after finishing with her tale, Kasumi handed Tofu the recipe for the anti-hair growth formula. He looked over the ingredients and nodded before addressing her again. "This is a Chinese Amazon potion. It's very ancient, but it's an effective antidote to the miracle hair growth shampoo. I happen to have the same recipe in my files. However, you must mix this very carefully and in the correct proportions. Too much or too little of even one ingredient can be disastrous. Adding other ingredients is just as hazardous. And from what you just told me, Neko-ken didn't follow the instructions properly." Soon's daughter nodded sadly. "Unfortunately, Neko-ken becomes over-enthusiastic whenever she tries to cook. However, she becomes very careless as well." "Yes, I thought as much. And from what I can gather, she produced some kind of potion which caused her, Mr. Tendo and Mr. Sodom to give off an odor that varies from person to person. That's why everyone is reporting a different combination of liked and disliked smells." "Oh my! Is there any way that you can get rid of the odor?" "They've already taken 3 baths each, and they still smell. Unfortunately, I can't prescribe any remedies until I know exactly what I can put in that potion and in what proportion. If it was just the skunk oil, then I would have simply had them soak in tomato juice and peroxide. I'm afraid that they'll just have to wait until I can research the proper antidote or until that scent wears off. Until then, I would suggest that they stay downwind from any populated areas. I'm going to need to fumigate my clinic after today." Kasumi could only shake her head in disbelief and made a note to purchase a lot of air fresheners for the house. Double quote crack shot. Terry Bogard swung his right leg in a vertical arc, which connected solidly with his opponent's temple. This caused the French fighter to hit the floor of the ring. When it was obvious to everyone that he wasn't getting up anytime soon, the referee declared the American the winner. Andy's brother gave his signature victory pose by tossing up his cap into the air and cried out, "Okay!" A pair of medics came in to check in on the fallen Savat expert. After signaling to the judge, they carried the man out of the ring. The announcer then said in French, "Monsieur Terry Bogard wins again, demonstrating why he is such a great champion in America. Is there no one else who wishes to challenge him?" At that moment, a certain figure leapt from the crowds and landed lightly in the ring. Everyone, including the one who defeated Geese Howard, was surprised at the sudden appearance of a tall, slender, dark-skinned girl with short, white hair. She had a cute appearance and seemed to move with a subtle grace. She was dressed in a simple outfit of slacks, t-shirt and sneakers. She gave everybody a friendly wave and spoke in English. "I will challenge you." Terry smiled at her enthusiasm and responded, "You're very direct. I like that. You sure you want to do this? This contest only allows you to attack with just your legs. You can block, but no hand strikes." "That's fine with me. I never use my fists. I thank nature for my strong, flexible legs." Using a fancy twirling maneuver, she shed her civilian clothes and was instantly garbed in a kind of ceremonial bikini, and was barefoot. There were several whistles of appreciation from many of the male spectators, as she displayed a lithe figure with lean, muscular legs. She got into a crouching stance on the balls of her feet. "I am Elena, and it is a pleasure to fight you, Mr. Buzzard." The hungry wolf nodded as he assessed her fighting stance and movements. "Capoeira style, eh? This could be interesting." He then got into his basic stance and waited for the bell to ring. Capoeira style? Nebiki asked. John nodded as he explained. He had been all set to enter the ring to challenge his old acquaintance, but Elena had beaten him to the punch. Capoeira is a fighting style that has its origins in Brazil and Africa. This Elena person is obviously from Africa, and judging by her wardrobe, I'd say she's from Nairobi. Capoeira focuses mostly on kicks, sweeps and evasive tactics. It's said that it evolved from ceremonial dancing moves. "Do you think she has a chance against Terry Buzzard?" Matthew inquired. "Let's just wait and see." At that point, the bell rang signifying the start of the match. Meanwhile in Nirima, "There's no more Miracle Grow Hair Shampoo," Genma exclaimed. Kasumi shook her head while keeping her distance from the smelly houseguest. "I'm sorry, Mr. Sodom. Dr. Tofu only had enough in stock for my father and sister. And I thought you had learned your lesson from the last time," she silently added to herself. At that moment, Sun and Neko-ken entered the room, both with their hair restored. "Whew! It's a good thing Dr. Tofu had a supply of that shampoo. The smell I could probably live with, but there's no way I could go to school bald," Neko-ken remarked. Genma growled as he looked upon his old friend, who had not only a full head of hair again, but had gotten his mustache back as well. Not only was the Sodom patriarch still bald, but he would have to wait a long time for his eyebrows and the rest of his body hair to grow back naturally. It was then that the front door opened and Ranma entered the house. "Whew! I finally found my way back," the false heir to the Sodom school remarked, and then he caught a whiff of a strange odor. "Yuck! What's that smell?" His nose pinpointed the source of the stench and said without any subtlety, "Neko-ken, why do you smell like Rasu of Genpopiri?" The automatic response to his comment was of course Ranma no Bake. Crash! Ranma was then shot into Leo via Neko-ken's rage, where he promptly got lost again, after he landed some distance away. The short-tempered girl smiled in satisfaction, then sniffed the air around her. Even though she knew that it wouldn't do any good, she decided to take another bath. Just to relax from the tension, of course. It wasn't because she happened to smell like roses and whitewater buffaloes down in France. Terry Bogard knew that he was in trouble as his opponent kicked and danced about him. Elena's fighting style allowed her to move with impressive speed and agility. She wasn't a power hitter, but her quick strikes were starting to add up. He was at a very big disadvantage without the use of his fists. Her long, tanned legs gave his opponent an extended reach. Then she suddenly glowed with a bright aura and shouted out, "Brave dance! Oh boy, this is kinda hurt." In an instant, Elena began delivering a flurry of kicks and knee strikes in a graceful symphony of movements, all while standing on her hands. To all those who watched, it was as if it really was a dance. Terry managed to block most of the blows, but the attack pushed him back toward the edge of the ring. He knew he had to do something. Then he saw his opening as she tensed on her hands, about to push off and strike with her legs at full force. The hungry wolf ducked down and struck out with a sweet kick. His foot connected with her wrists, knocking her off balance and throwing off her rhythm. Then he pushed off with his own hands and went shooting upward inverted. Rising tackle. The extended foot caught Elena in the midsection, sending her sprawling. Unlike his usual technique, Terry did not lash with his fists as he went spinning upward, since the contest did not allow for hand strikes. As he came down, he caught sight of his opponent as she struggled to get to her feet. Knowing that this was his chance, he swung his left foot in a wide arc while spinning his body about. Crack shot. The glowing foot caught the African girl in solar plexus, knocking her out of the ring. She landed roughly on the ground, but got back up. Since she had been forced out of the ring, she was automatically disqualified, leaving Terry as the victor. She acknowledged her defeat with a wave and a smile. There was a large round of applause as Terry was declared the winner for beating 10 opponents in a row. As he waved to his fans, Terry locked eyes with another wolf fighter. John told Bob later, "So you're here for a fighting tournament?" John asked as he and his group joined the Bogards, Monsieur and we and Elena for a lunch at a French cafe. Matthew's father and the elder Bogard brother were sitting at a small table while the others conversed at a larger one. The French are holding their version of the King of Fighters competition. Terry replied, "I got an invitation to participate. Personally, I don't care much about the prize money, but I heard that there were some strong fighters here, and you know me. I'm always looking for a challenge. That little contest you were watching was just one of the practice rounds they allow for the competitors to warm up before the main contest begins tomorrow." "I see. Are your brother and his girlfriend competing as well?" "Yes, they both received invitations." "Where's Joe? Didn't he get an invite?" "Too, actually he did, but he had to turn it down. He has several matches coming up and it's his obligation to defend his title as the Muay Thai champion." "I see. So it's just you, your brother and my then? That's right. There's also another reason why Andy and my came to friends with me. You see, they're getting married soon. Ah, John nodded knowingly. So I take it my finally got him to pot the question. Terry chuckled a bit. Yes. My wants to wear a Western-style wedding dress and there happens to be a famous dressmaker here in Paris. The American then added in a low whisper. I think she also wants to pick up some French lingerie, for after the ceremony. He gave his friend a sly wink. No need to explain any further on that part. Matthew's father chuckled again. Although, I am a little surprised at this news. I've always thought Andy was too conservative around my... What made him decide to finally tie the knot? Terry grinned even further before explaining. I'm not too sure of the details, but from what I can gather, I finally cornered my brother at this hotel and well, there's no way I can say this with any subtlety, but she seduced him. John supplied. That would be the understatement of the century. Judging from what the hotel manager told me, they didn't check out of that room until 5 days later. Afterwards, Mai told me that she owes a lot of thanks to a pen pal of hers. She says her pen pal gave her some very helpful tips on breaking down Andy's resistance to expressing his feelings for her. After that time, Andy tells me that it's almost impossible for them to keep their hands off each other, and they've been doing the deed nearly every night. A pen pal made suggestions to Mai on how to seduce Andy. I was told it was someone from Scotland. Mai calls her Maury, but I think her full name was Morrigan Slade. John could only stare in total disbelief for a long while, making his friend somewhat confused. Finally, he started to chuckle and chort at the irony, and then he burst out into laughter. What's so funny? The hungry wolf asked Dob in Japan. Well now, this is a surprise. The succubus in question remarked as she looked over her emails. Like the Tallbanes, the enslaved clan had several connections to the human world, which included a private mansion in Japan. The green-haired, supernatural beauty smiled mischievously as she read the message sent to her from her pen pal, Mai Shiranui. So the little ninja girl finally snared him. Good for her. I knew those wonders I sent to her would come in handy. She had all the goods, but didn't know how to present them properly. Ah, it looks like I have an invitation to her wedding. Excellent. I'd like to meet this Andy Bogart and his brother. From what Mai told me, he's almost as delectable as her fiancé. At that moment, Morrigan's daughter entered the house and took off her shoes. I'm home. The older succubus nodded as she signed off on her computer and went to meet with the slender youth. Giving her child a warm hug, she asked, "Welcome home, dear. How was your day?" Lilith shrugged as she replied, "Fine, mother. Although something strange did happen near the Nirima district." "Oh? What was it?" "I'm not really sure. I was just flying past someone's home, and it suddenly began emitting low levels of magic. Then there was this explosion, which caused the house to shake. Then I started smelling something really foul. It was even more disgusting than anything I'd ever smelled in the rankest, slimiest pits of the Mackay. Foul, you say? I can't believe that you actually came across a stench that could be worse than what we've encountered. I'm telling you the truth. I swear I smelled a combination of ogre dung and Lily's exclamation point double quote in France. It's a pity that you didn't get an invitation to this competition, Terry said. We never did get to finish that match of ours 3 years ago. I would have liked to see how much stronger you've gotten since then. I can sense you've improved a lot. The werewolf nodded. I wanted to fight you as well, but Elena beat me to it. Perhaps another time. My son and I happened to be on a bit of quest and PZZD. John stopped as his cell phone buzzed on his belt. Taking it out of its case, he excused himself from his friend and walked over to a secluded corner of the cafe. He then flipped the device open. Hello? On the other line, William Dubrow smiled as he replied. Ah, Master John. It is so good that I managed to get a hold of you. William's employer smiled as he replied. Good to hear from you, William. So what's the reason for calling me here in Paris? The loyal butler nodded as he held up a letter. A correspondence came to the castle just today addressed to both you and young Master Matthew. Really? What did it say? It says that you and your son are cordially invited to compete in a freestyle martial arts tournament in Paris. Apparently, you and your son have a bit of fame after winning all those tournaments under the name of Talbane. The letter also says the other famous fighters will take part, including an old acquaintance of yours, Terry Bogard. John immediately became intrigued at this new development. Now there's an odd coincidence. I just ran into Terry Bogard and his brother just an hour ago. He told me that he was taking part in a tournament in Paris. I was just telling him that I couldn't compete since I didn't have an invitation. Well, you do have one, Master John. Both you and your son will be able to compete. But we can't just take part in a tournament with our passes still at the castle. Not to worry, Master John. Simply give this invitation number to the judges when you arrive and they shall confirm your right to participate. Your number is 1449A. Your son's number is 1449B. Very good, William. It looks like I will get my chance to test my skills against Bogard after all. But I'm not really certain if we should take time off from our quest to compete in this tournament. Actually, sir, I think it would be a good idea that you and young Master Matthew take part. Are you near a fax machine? William walked over to an office fax. John looked about and saw a coin-operated photocopier/fax machine near some public phones. Yes, I can get you one. Why do you ask? The letter came with a photograph of the tournament's trophy. Once I fax it to you, you shall understand. Matthew's father nodded as he went to the machine and slipped in some coins in the slot. After punching in the correct button sequence and set it to receive, he then directed his butler to fax the photo. A minute later, the machine printed out the photo facsimile, which depicted a large, ornate trophy with a certain pattern design etched on the top. Upon closer inspection, John realized what his faithful servant was telling him. The trophy had a medallion fragment embedded in it. So the next course of action was clear. To get the third piece of the medallion, John Talbane the werewolf would have to win the tournament, and beat Terry the hungry wolf boggart. Tomorrow was going to be a very big day for Rankin High School. The next day Akan grumbled as she trudged to school. Despite having taken more than a dozen baths and almost drowning herself in perfumed body wash, the stench that she had created in the kitchen still clung to her. Since she had been next to the pot when it exploded, her odor was by far stronger than Genma and Soon's combined. She couldn't understand it. She was positive that she had followed that stupid anti-hair growth formula exactly. Surely she didn't make any mistakes, right? The recipe had been written wrong, that was it. And she didn't smell that bad, right? What is that stink? Did someone bring in dirty gym socks and ginger snaps? One student said as he pinched his nose with his right hand. P.U. Did a sewage line just leak near a flower shop? Another student said, I smell tennis shoes and fudge cake. A third one added, you're all wrong. It happens to be lilacs and cow manure. A fourth declared. Soon's youngest daughter growled as she hurried into the school before people realized that the smell was coming from her. She was certain that amid her classmates, her odor would mix in with all the other smells. As she entered her homeroom and sat down, she let off a sigh of relief. She was safe not. In that confined space, her unnatural odor was intensified and What is that stink? Air. I need air. Who broke that wind? Several shouts of anguish and disgust were heard, as the room suddenly shook and trembled by the impacts of over 30 students and their teachers struggling to flee the immediate area. The door was knocked down as a dozen teenagers attempted to squeeze through. The windows were immediately shattered as more high school attendees leapt through them. The teacher immediately scrawled a brief message on the chalkboard which read, Self-study period on account of stench from hell. Nearly all of Akan's homeroom gasped for air, with several students vomiting their breakfasts. Some of the girls fainted and had to be carried out. In less than a minute, the entire classroom was empty save for one. Akan let off a sigh as she stood up from her desk and walked dejectedly out the door. Back in Paris, oui, Monsieur Talbane. You and your son's invitations are verified. One of the judges said as he looked up the invitation numbers on his laptop at the entrance table. He then switched to English as he addressed Matthew, who stood beside his father, and Nebiki. We welcome you and your father to the tournament. Now please register to the junior division section. The man pointed to an area of the large stadium, where the competition was to take place. There was a large crowd of teams present. Junior division. The young werewolf asked. He had been expecting to go up against the more seasoned adult fighters. The judge nodded. This tournament is divided into sections, adults for those 19 and older, and for youngsters 14 to 18. But Matthew began to protest, and then he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked over to his father and saw an encouraging expression. "Don't worry about it, son. I hear that there are some very strong and impressive fighters near your age. And keep in mind the reason why we're in this tournament." John's son paused in thought, and then glanced over to Nebiki, who gave him a shy, yet reassuring smile. Nodding to his father, he and the Tendo girl walked over to the junior division section. Since he was the one who had received the invitation, Soon's daughter would have to be content to cheer him on from the sidelines. Not that Nebiki was complaining. Though her skill level had improved, she didn't feel confident enough to go up against opponents that had been training longer than she had, werewolf abilities or not. And there was always the risk that her secret could be exposed if something were to happen to the pendant she was wearing. As she looked about the throngs of martial artists and fighters, she began to recognize several styles. Some groups were advertising their schools and inviting others to sign up for classes. This made her think about her own family and wondered what they were doing right now. She was so deep in thought that she didn't watch where she was going and inadvertently bumped into someone. "What the? Watch where you are going, you peasant." The haughtiness and arrogance of the tone of voice almost made the middle Tendo girl think she bumped into Kuno. However, as she gazed into the face of the individual, she knew for certain that it was not the blue blunder. The girl was about her age, and wore what appeared to be a red, Sailor Thuku school uniform. However, instead of panties, she wore mid-thigh-length shorts, and red sneakers. On her hands was a pair of leather gauntlets. She had shoulder-length, blonde hair, done up in a series of fancy ringlets, with a blue ribbon tied at the back in a large bow. She had light, brown eyes and a snobbish attitude about her. "Well, aren't you going to beg for forgiveness for intruding upon myself?" the girl demanded. Just as Nebiki was about to reply, Matthew held out a hand in front of her and addressed the haughty girl. "Hey, it was an accident. No harm, no foul. Just let it go." "What? How dare you presume that I would let such an affront go unpunished? Do you have any idea who I am?" Matthew gave the girl a slight once-over, and then nodded. "Yeah, I've seen your picture in magazines. You're Karen Kanzuki of the Kanzuki family, one of the wealthiest families in the world. You're also the heir to the Kanzuki Rikaku Jitsu martial arts style." Karen smirked at Matthew's casual reply. "So you know of me. Not surprising. My family's style is world famous, known by all, even to simple commoners like you." John's offspring shrugged, then said, "As I recall, the Kanzuki Rikaku Jitsu took a real blow to its image, when a commoner soundly defeated you." The rich girl's expression became even more irritated as she responded to his statement. "That is a black mark, which I shall permanently erase when I defeat her in this tournament." At that point, Nebiki tapped her boyfriend on his shoulder and inquired, "So who defeated her?" "Hey no, don't start without me." As if by magic, The answer to her question came barreling into the area. She was a skinny, teenage girl, who wore a blue-colored, sailor suit, had short brown hair, and a white, hachimaki on her forehead. On her feet were sneakers, and like Karen, instead of panties, she wore shorts under her skirt. She came to a screeching stop with her arms flailing, and then stooped over to catch her breath. Tough, you. I made it. I thought I was going to be late. Hell, you haven't changed, have you, Sakura Kasugano? At the sound of Matthew's voice, the person in question looked up, and then let off a whoop of joy as she leapt toward him, ending in a fierce hug. Matthew. At this sudden display, Nabiki's eyes narrowed down a little later. Oh, come on, Nabs, Matthew said as he and his girlfriend walked toward the main stage where the official opening of the tournament would be held. Don't tell me you're jealous of Sakura. She's just a friend of mine that I met during one of the competitions I took part in. No. Don't be silly. Why would I be jealous? She shook her head in denial. A small voice in her head was repeatedly saying, liar. I was just a little surprised that you knew someone like that. Yeah. Well, Sakura's more interested in a certain fighter named Ryu than anyone else. She's got this obsession over finding him and becoming his disciple. This probably means that he's taking part in this tournament. That could also mean that Ken Masters would be here as well. Speaking of fighters, you seem to know a lot of them. John's son nodded as he began pointing out some people in the crowds. You get to know the competition really well, after you've been around the fighting circles like my dad and I. He first gestured to a short-haired, Japanese girl who wore a yellow training girl and a long, hachimaki about her neck. Her intense expression reminded Nebiki of her sister Akan. However, unlike her easy-to-anger sibling, this person had a kind of determined aura, and possessed far more skill and power. That's Mikoto, heir to the Rinduken Dojo. She practices a very brutal form of traditional-style karate. She's been trying to revive her family's dwindling school of martial arts ever since her father died. He then pointed to a couple of Chinese boys. One of them was wearing a baseball cap. Both were dressed in kung fu outfits. That's Yu and Yang from Hong Kong. I believe they are disciples of General, a kung fu master of the morning and hateful styles. Nebiki nodded as she then noticed a familiar face. Elena waved to the pair as she stood in the crowds. After her match with Terry Bogard, she got along very easily with her new friends and rivals. Then her boyfriend pointed to a trio near the podium. Over there, you can see the three disciples of the Kyokugan Ryu karate style. The guy with the orange gi happens to be Ryo Sakazaki. Beside him is his little sister Yuri, whom I'll probably be fighting against in the junior division, and their friend from Italy, Robert Garcia. The second daughter of Suntendo took in all the information as they wait for the sponsors of the tournament to show up and begin the competition down in another area of the arena. Come on. Come all. See for yourselves the true power of Sakyo Ryu. After I win this tournament, I will be accepting all applicants for my dojo. Take advantage of my special, low-rate entrance fees. Buy my merchandise. Terry and John could only shake their heads in disbelief as the fool in the pink GI continued to advertise his dojo, and hand out gaudy, 8x10 autographed photos of himself. How did a moron like Dan Hibiki get invited? Terry wondered. Most likely he sneaked in. The werewolf suggested. Either that or the sponsors probably thought he'd make good comic relief. Then John noted another person. Unlike Hibiki, I'm not so certain you let that person compete. This is supposed to be a friendly competition, and he's more likely to turn it into a bloodbath. The individual he was referring to was a tall, lanky individual with red hair, and sported a leather jacket that had a crescent moon pattern on the back. Yagami looked on with cold eyes that could give shivers to even the dead. If I were to guess, I'd say that Yagami is here because of him. Terry noted another person who was dressed in a white shirt, leather jacket, jeans, running shoes and fingerless gloves. Unlike the Hungry Wolf, Kyoko Sanajai didn't wear a baseball cap. Matthew's father nodded and considered the consequences of going up against opponents such as these two. Both used pyrokinetic flames that were magical in nature and connected to the Yamada no Orochi legend. That meant they had the power to seriously injure, or even kill a lycanthrope. He would have to face them with caution. At that point, he also caught sight of some other notable fighters such as the Americans, Colonel William Glide and Ken Masters. He also saw Interpol agent John Lee and Cammy from Delta Red. John and his son had helped them out with several missions in the past. The massive, rotund figure could only be sumo champion Honda. The large, muscular man with scars was Zangief from Russia, who had earned his body marks by fighting Siberian grizzlies barehanded. He would have his hands full competing against his Australian counterpart Big Bear, formerly the masked wrestler Raiden. There was also the Taekwondo champion King Kathwan from Korea, King from Terry's old home in Southtown, and Jubi Yamada, also known as Yamada the Demon. The aged master walked toward the pair and waved to them. With his other hand, he slyly pinched the derriere of one of the female fighters present, who immediately belted him in the face. However, the old pervert easily shrugged it off as he approached them. Terry bowed and showed him the proper respect, even though he was a lecher. Jubei had also been a very close friend to the late Tung Fu Ryu, the former master of the Hakuho Seiken style, and Terry and Andy's mentor. He was also Andy's master in the art of judo. He was grooming him to take over the Yamada dojo, in addition to carrying on the Shiranui ninjutsu school, after he had married Mai and finished training under her grandfather Hanzo's Shiranui. Good to see you again, Master Jubei. Andy's brother greeted, then gestured to John. I didn't know that you were going to compete in this tournament. May I introduce you to Johnny Talbane? He's a good friend of mine and a great fighter. Actually, I'm here as one of the judges. As for your friend, we've met before. The aged judo master gestured with a finger for Matthew's father to lean toward him. As he did so, Jubei whispered into John's ear and said, "You're looking quite well, John Taldane. I know why you're going under a different name. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." The lycanthrope nodded as he stood up and explained to Bogard. "Jubei Yamada used to be my old judo instructor 16 years ago." "It's been a long time, Master Jubei." The blonde fighter nodded in understanding, then caught sight of his brother and future sister-in-law. The couple came up, both dressed in their fighting attire, Andy in his tunic, leggings, and tabi boots, and Mai in her revealing ninja outfit, complete with swishing tails and plunging neckline. This, of course, got Jubei immediately groping for her chest. "My Andy, good to see you again," and, before he could get a hold on Mai's bosom, he was immediately stuck upside the head by one of her fans. He staggered back a bit and rubbed his left temple. "Keep your hands to yourself, you old pervert," the red-haired ninja said in disgust, and then she cuddled against her fiancé. "The only one who gets to touch me like that is my future husband." She gave her love a seductive smile and added, "Just like last night, right, darling?" And he blushed a bit as he recalled the activities of the previous night. No sooner had they gotten back to their hotel room, when Mai jumped him and got his hormones raging. He wondered just where she had gotten such seduction techniques. Even the Kama Sutra would be considered tame in comparison. They had already gone through 12 boxes of condoms, just only a week after he had proposed to her. It was at that time that a loudspeaker announced that the opening ceremonies of the tournament were about to begin. Back in Japan in a large, army surplus store, the owner scratched his head in befuddlement as he looked over the recent sales report. He couldn't understand why his entire stock of gas masks would be bought out by the student populace of a local high school. To be continued. Author's notes: this chapter was getting a bit long, so I decided to cut it here. As for the next part, we'll see some more of your favorite KOF and Street Fighter characters as John and Matthew fight their way to the top to get the next medallion piece. See you then. One got this idea from an episode of Danny Phantom. Tojo Higashi, friend of the Bogards from Fatal Fury and KOF. 3. When Morrigan gave her those seduction tips, Mai really put them to good use. Circumflex accent _ circumflex accent * Chapter 15 * Chapter 14 World Tour Part 3 The Beast Within Disclaimer Darkstalkers, Street Fighters, King of Fighters, Fatal Fury, and Ranma 1/2 all belong to someone else. Thoughts Chapter 14 World Tour Part 3 First Rounds Flying Peach. Matthew couldn't believe it as he saw his opponent attacking with her signature move, which consisted of using her posterior as a flying battering ram. Of course, that only gave the young werewolf a target that was just too irresistible. Spin Razor. Boom! Rainbow Mika immediately regretting using that particular maneuver as she literally got her butt kicked in. Why? The large, muscular wrestling teen was booted out of the ring and landed face first into the ground. The bell sounded as John Talbane sung one by forcing his opponent out of bounds. In the crowds, Nebiki applauded with the others as the referee held up her boyfriend's arm in victory. On the sidelines, Mika picked herself up while rubbing her sore rear end. She let off a sad sigh as this was her second loss. She was therefore eliminated from competition in the French King of Fighters Junior Division. At present, the young lycanthrope had won 3 straight matches with no losses. Each participant could not afford to lose more than 1 round in order to stay in the tournament. So far, the opponents Matthew had defeated some strong contenders and sent them packing. Mika had been the 3rd fighter taken out of the running for first place. Her wrestling moves and inherent strength were her best fighting qualities, but her lack of speed and overall tactics were no match against someone like John's son. His first 2 fights had been against the brothers from Hong Kong, Yu and Yang. Matthew jumped down from the ring to join up with his girlfriend, while waiting for the next pair of combatants to enter. He was also wondering how his father was doing. Looking up at the arena's main scoreboard, he noted that John Talbane, was next to fight in the adult division. He then saw the name of his opponent. Well, that's going to be one of the shortest fights in history. Single quote. Sure enough, on the other side of the arena. Fight. WHABAM. Winner. Johnny Dalbany. Dan Hibiki groaned in agony as he was upside down with his head smashed deep into the floor of the ring. As soon as the match began, his opponent grabbed him, turned him around, and drove him head first into the floor like a tent stake, as it obvious to everyone that he wouldn't be able to free himself anytime soon. Matthew's father was given the win by TKO. 1. Nice. Terry Bogard commented as the elder werewolf lightly jumped out of the ring and joined him with the other competitors and spectators. Well, I didn't want to waste any energy on that guy, John replied. Hibiki's fighting style is practically non-existent. The two shared a chuckle before Bogard's name was called to the ring. Well, here I go. Wish me luck. John gave Terry a friendly pat on the back and said, You won't need any luck until the finals. I'll see you there. Double quote. Several hours later. WHOMP. Winner. Matthew Dalbany. John's son flexed his slightly sprained right arm and winced slightly, groaning as she struggled back to her feet. Makoto couldn't believe that she had lost. For much of the match, she had gotten in several powerful strikes and had kept her opponent on the defensive. However, near the end of the match, Matthew had surprised her with his beast cannon. Though she was quite formidable at close quarters combat, being hit by Talbane's technique was comparable to being rammed by a speeding car. However, she was honorable enough to know that she had been beaten fairly, and gave him a respectful bow, which he returned. As they left the ring, Matthew could only expect the matches to get harder. Makoto's strikes were like being hit by sledgehammer blows. He wouldn't be surprised if she used her ki to augment the power of her punches. Unlike Akantendo, who used anger-driven energy to recklessly strike her targets, Makoto's punches were far more focused and effective. The past 5 bouts had Matthew's werewolf healing abilities working hard to keep him going. His father had been correct in saying that he would face off against some considerable opponents near his age. He had barely withstood Yuri Sakazaki's Shoryuken at near point-blank range. He nearly got knocked out of the ring by Elena's brave dance. And just before his bout with Makoto, he had faced off against a Chinese boy named Saikensu, and his super bullet blasts hurt. By this point, he was fighting at near full strength without transforming into his hybrid form. As he looked up at his ratings in the tournament, he smiled as he saw that he was now in the top 16 competitors. He then saw Nebiki applauding in the crowds and smiled as he was reminded why he was fighting so hard out in the adult matches. Spinning bird kick. Ryu and Mew. Chun-Li cried out as she spun into an arc of fire. As she tumbled to the mat, Andy Bogart's future wife went in for the final blow as she made a couple of somersaults, then was surrounded by a corona of flames. Joyosatsu Shinobi Dachi. Her extended elbow struck Chun-Li in her solar plexus, knocking her out of the ring. As the Interpol agent landed hard on her rear, Mai made a bamboo umbrella appear from out of nowhere. She made a sultry pose with the umbrella over her shoulder, her costume's tails held over one arm, and with her shapely rear facing her fiancé in the crowd. She looked over her shoulder, gave him a demure wink and said, "Now who's the strongest woman in the world?" And he could only shake his head while smiling. In the judges' stand, Jumi Yamada tallied Mai's win over Chun-Li and waited for the next match, which would be his former pupil Johnny Talbane, or rather John Talbane. Beside him was the tournament championship trophy. Embedded in its base, the third fragment of the medallion glowed slightly. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Akantendo growled as she passed by the front gates of Furinkan. Nearly everyone gave her a wide berth. However, it was not because they feared her fighting skills. It was her stench that caused people to avoid her like the plague. Ever since that disaster with mixing the anti-hair growth formula, the unnatural odor she had created still clung to her. It had not taken long for people to realize that she was the source of the smell. When it was discovered, just about everyone was either wearing a gas mask, had a bandana tightly wrapped about their mouths and noses, or was constantly spraying air fresheners, perfumes and deodorant. She was constantly shunned and people gave her a wide path everywhere she went. Things couldn't possibly get any worse. Ready. Aim. Fire. Akan barely had time to look in the direction of the voice before she was hit by a massive torrent of water, mixed in with several chemicals. She was thrown off her feet and fell face first into the ground. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the water stream stopped, leaving a soaked and very irate Tendo girl lying on the ground. She immediately got back up and prepared to give whoever attacked her a beating she would never forget. She then saw a large machine with a long barrel, hidden from sight next to the gymnasium. The muzzle of the huge water cannon was still dripping. The operators behind the cannon took off their gas masks and sniffed the air around the area. Neko-ken recognized them as members of the chemistry and engineering clubs. All of them shook their heads as one of them said, "Damn. She still smells like a dead bison and banana pudding." That was all he could say as Neko-ken brought her wrath upon them! Deep in space, a large streak of orange-red light blazed through the star-studded void at a mind-boggling velocity. Though it would still take some time before it came to the galaxy, where the signal it had received came from. However, that didn't mean that it couldn't stop along the way. For a light smack, a small, green-yellow world was in the path of the unnatural comet and was engulfed in its outer corona. In less time it took to tell, the living orb was reduced to a lifeless, burned-out husk. To the being within the comet, it was nothing more than an appetizer as he let off a murderous laugh and continued on his way. Eventually, Pyron would begin devouring the main course. The planet Earth dropped back on Earth. Even though Pyron was billions of light years away from the planet, certain beings were already aware of his approach. One such being deep in the Genma-ken ruins began to reactivate itself after countless centuries of dormancy. The thing was metallic in nature and it had a top-heavy frame with oversized shoulders. During the time of the Mayans, it had been worshipped as an idol to their ancient gods. However, what that civilization didn't know was that it was actually a unit of the White Seal robots that Pyron had left on the planet millions of years ago. Their function was to watch over the development of the world's life forces and prepare it for his eventual consumption. It was they, and not some gigantic meteor, that had caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. Since that time, they had been in hibernation and awaited for the signal of their master's return. Now the signal had been received, but only this particular wise robot had become active, and its own programming had been eroded and corrupted over the millennia. As soon as its optic scanners became active, it detected the presence of a small life form playing nearby. A young boy named Cecil dropped back at the tournament. John Talbane could only stare up at his next opponent. And up, and up, and up. If there's one thing about Hugo Andor, it was that the word short was not in his limited vocabulary. John estimated his foe to be even taller than Victor von Jordanheim and probably outweighed Honda by at least 200 pounds. The giant had already flattened the sumo champion, and gave his fellow wrestlers, Zangief and Big Bear, quick trips to the emergency ward. Just standing behind them, near the edge of the ring, Hugo's manager Poison was busy taking bets on how fast John would be taken down. Considering the huge wrestler's previous competitors, she estimated that Matthew's father wouldn't last more than 30 seconds. Ready. Fight. Oh boy! Single quote on the junior division side. Ow, ow, ow. Matthew groaned as Nebiki tended to his injuries. Both were sitting on a bench as the Tendo girl applied a cold compress to her boyfriend's thigh. He had taken a very hard landing after getting hit by another psychic energy attack, this time by a girl named Athena. Luckily for John's offspring, her strikes were relatively light in comparison to his other opponents. He had powered through her assault and forced her to submit after getting her into a wrestling hold. At that point, the announcer let off a cry of surprise as the current match ended shockingly. Fantastic! Sakura Kasugano and Karen Kanzuki had been knocked out of the ring simultaneously. It is a double ring out. Both are out of the competition. Foul! I call foul. The blonde girl insisted as she was helped up by her bodyguards. My opponent hit the ground before I did. Sakura picked herself off the ground and dusted herself off. It had been a mistaken judgment. After cornering Karen against the edge of the ring, she had rushed in to finish her off with her Shoryuken. However, unlike her idol Ryu and his friend Ken, she needed a running start to get her technique off the ground. The uppercut was anticipated and her rival had countered with a quick grab to Sakura's extended arm, with the intent of throwing her out of the ring. Unfortunately for both girls, Ryu's biggest fan was going too fast to stop and the forward momentum was enough to send them over the edge. They twisted to lessen the impact but they were unable to prevent themselves from hitting the ground. Now they were both out of the running for the championship and their rivalry was still unresolved. Just as the Kanzuki air was about to escalate, the issue who landed on the floor first. There was a huge commotion that caught everyone's attention. All turned their eyes toward the adult side of the tournament as the ring had collapsed in on itself. In the middle of the ruined area, the giant known as Hugo was face down and out like a light. Standing off to the side, Poison could only gape in total disbelief. Her previously undefeated moneymaker had been beaten. His opponent, who was barely 6/10 Andor's size, had actually managed to bring him down. Then her depression became even deeper as she realized all the bets she would have to pay off. Sitting on his rear end in considerable pain, John Talbane let off a sigh of relief. Fighting the massive wrestler was like going up against Grook when he was drunk. Whenever the orc got a hold of any alcohol, he felt virtually no pain whatsoever and his strength seemed to quintuple. Hugo was an opponent who could shrug off most hits to his body, so John had to concentrate striking his more vulnerable areas such as his face and joints. Using his superior speed to avoid being grabbed by those massive hands, he got in several dozens of quick, but powerful strikes and rolled with any errant hits that Hugo managed to get in finally. He ended it by using his climb razor kick to lift the giant into the air, then slammed him back into the floor of the ring, causing it to collapse. As he got to his feet, he let off another grateful sigh that the first day of the tournament was over. He looked up at the display boards and noted that his son had also made it past the first half of the competition. Then he saw some of the names of the competition for the next day. HMM, Ryu, Ryo Sakazaki, and he boogered. Maishi Ranwi, Kasumi Toda, Ken Masters, and of course my old friend Terry boogered. It seems that I will have that rematch. Single quote a little later, it was so unfair. Secure about it as she, Nebiki, Matthew and Elena were drinking sodas at the hotel lounge. I can't believe I got knocked out of the tournament on the first day. You did pretty good out there, Matthew admitted as he took a sip of his drink. If it wasn't for that double ring out, you'd probably be facing off against me in the second half. Yeah, but I still feel like I let down Master Ryu. Well, we all learn from our mistakes. I just barely made it. Even with my fast healing abilities, he silently added. John's offspring was grateful that there would be a two-day resting period between the first and second half of the tournament, which would allow him to fully recover from the injuries he had sustained at the adult side of the hotel lounge. Terry Bogart and John Tallbane enjoyed having a beer together. French beer isn't half bad, the lone wolf commented as he took a swig. And you were pretty good out there. You did pretty well yourself, John remarked. So I'll be seeing you in the final bout? We both have a long way to go, Terry commented. We've still got face-off against Ryo Sakazaki and his friend Robert Garcia. I hear that Kickboxer King made it through to the second half as well. HMM, the lycanthrope nodded. I got a challenge from some guy named Alex, after I beat his rival Hugo. Glad and Cammy are still in the running. The one I'm looking out for, besides you, is that Ryu fellow. Yeah, I know. I looked at that rankings for the second half of the tournament. He's my first opponent. How about you? It seems I'll be fighting against some character named Sagat. Well then, Terry held up his mug of beer. Here's to seeing each other in the finals. John raised his own mug and clinked it against his friend's. Cheers. The two friends downed their drinks in one swallow and let the beer do its job. For John, it was nearly impossible for him to become intoxicated, as he had a phenomenal resistance against alcohol. By the way, Tallbane asked, where's your brother? I haven't seen him or his fiancée since the end of the first half. I doubt you will see either of them for the next 2 days. He and Ma went off somewhere. Ma told me that she had some special massage techniques to help, and he worked out the strained muscles he got after that bout against King Cap 1. Both men smiled as John chuckled. I can imagine. Especially if Ma had gotten those techniques from Morrigan in her emails. Single quote. Sure enough, in a very steamy love hotel. Oh God, my. Where did you learn that? How does that feel, darling? It feels so unreal. And how about this? Bam! Is that even possible? A few minutes later, it was the sexy ninja girl who was gasping in sheer ecstasy. Yes. Yes. Yes, Andy. I love you. I love you. I love you. I just can't get enough of you. I smiled in total bliss as she silently thanked her pen pal for the special massage techniques. Not only did they ease Andy's muscle strains, but they also gave him unbelievable stamina in the bedroom. If her future husband was this frisky before the ceremony, then she could only imagine that their wedding night would totally blow their minds. She couldn't wait! Back in Japan the next day, Akan was in a foul mood as she walked toward the front gate of the school. Things had gone from bad to worse after that water cannon incident. Sure, it felt good to pound those engineering and science lab geeks into the ground, but that only gave another reason for people to steer clear of her. Not that anyone could get within 50 feet of her without trying to repress the urge to throw up. She had caused quite a stir during the entire school day, and that led to her current predicament. Flashback to earlier that day in the principal's office. Nintendo cannot be allowed to come to Furinken until she gets rid of that smell. She killed all the plants in the greenhouse. The president of the botany club declared it had taken the club 4 months to grow those special tomatoes, but now they couldn't even use the rotten fruit to make ketchup. In fact, the ruined crop wouldn't even make a decent compost heap. I agree. The home economics teacher concurred. It was bad enough that she turned my kitchen into a disaster area every class, but now we can't even cook the most basic of meals because she caused all the foods in the refrigerator to spoil. I had nothing left to prepare. The school nurse also added her input. I've been getting more and more cases of nausea and extreme vomiting, especially during lunchtime. She cannot be allowed near the cafeteria. The students can't keep their lunches down. I'm running out of stomach pills and medicine for nausea. And I've gotten a message from the cafeteria that Tenbo's odor made all their food and supplies go bad. She's not helping in PE classes either, the coach said. Apparently, when she works out, the sweat she builds up only increases that smell of hers. Just yesterday, when she ran on the track, she caused everyone to drop to the ground and throw up. All the soap in the showers was not enough to get rid of that stink. That made things worse in her classes following PHE's education, Akan's homeroom teacher stated. I've had complaints from the English and math teachers. No student wants to sit next to her or even in the same room. Both classes had to be cancelled. We can't go on like this. The current principal could only sigh tiredly. This was only the latest in a long line of complaints she had been getting from the students and teachers. Finally she nodded and said the following, "Very well then. As of today, Nintendo is hereby banned from Furinken High, save for picking up and dropping off her assignments, until she is able to rid herself of that smell." End of flashback. Akan couldn't believe that she was being forced from the school, just because of a little odor. She didn't really smell that bad, did she? Readying fire. Before she knew it, she was hit by another huge amount of water, several in fact, this time from above. Since she had destroyed the science team's water cannon, The eggheads had to come up with another way of dousing her with their latest attempt to rid her of her foul stench. This time, they used a catapult and several dozens of water balloons. However, as they came out of hiding, this time wrapped in varying amounts of bandages, they discovered that their latest attempt was just as unsuccessful. Nuts. She still smells like old socks and peaches. Exclamation point double quote. In the hotel where John, Nebiki and Matthew were staying, the head of the Talbane clan got another call from his butler. "Hello, William. How are things at the castle?" "What? Some paparazzi reporter managed to get into the castle?" On the other side, Dubroke immediately alleviated his master's concern. "Oh, it is nothing to worry about, Master John. By pure chance, the interloper managed to get past the Grimbard sisters' spell of confusion when they were renewing the runes." Group gave the reporter a light tap on the head to knock him out, and same associate assures me that our uninvited guest will have no memory of what he has seen here. Actually, the purpose of this call is about the medallion pieces that you have collected so far. What about them? Well, apparently, when I had the legend of the medallion researched even further, it appears that there is a warning which states that the medallion must never be assembled. However, the reason behind it still eludes me thus far. That's a bit of a problem since we need the whole medallion in order to make Nebiki a primary lycanthrope. It's too late for us to stop this quest now. We'll just have to deal with whatever dangers that will come when we've collected all the fragments. Double quote. In Tokyo that evening, Demetru Maximoff, last of the vampire nobles, silently cursed as he dodged a deadly barrage of silver-plated submachine gun rounds. He had just gotten his full strength back, when he ran into a cute little girl with a red, hooded cloak and packing a Uzi. As far as Bibonihood was concerned, Maximoff represented a huge bounty in which she was intent on cashing in. She had used her innocent appearance to draw the vampire toward her, then began letting loose a torrent of explosive ordnance and ammunition. However, as the battle escalated, it began to draw the attention of certain individuals, which included a bloodthirsty paladin that was possessed by an equally murderous samurai spirit, and an organization with a powerful vampire agent of its own. Helsing Tokyo headquarters, Sir Integra. What is it, Walter? The organization's leader and Alucard's master asked as she sat at her desk. Paladin Alexander has been spotted heading toward downtown Tokyo. What is even more surprising is that an independent bounty hunter is heavily engaged with the vampire noble Demetru Maximoff. The confrontation is certain to get out of hand very quickly, and the local police force is ill-equipped to deal with such matters. As if on cue, Alucard appeared from within the shadows and nodded to his master. "I assume that my services are needed this night?" the bloodsucker inquired. "You assume correctly, Alucard. The Bissamon-possessed paladin was your primary target. However, I will wager that you have a score to settle with the vampire Maximoff as well." The Helsing agent grinned, showing off a wicked set of fangs. "You would win that wager. Simone, Paladin Alexander and Dmitry Maximov, 3 prizes all in place. This shall be a very interesting night indeed. Double quote at the Tendo home. Ken. I told you to stay out of the kitchen, Kasumi said in exasperation as she gently pushed her younger sibling out the door. But I thought you could use some help cooking dinner tonight. I don't need any help, thank you. The eldest Tendo daughter said quickly as she ushered Ken out. After that disaster with the anti-hair growth formula, Kasumi wasn't too keen on letting her sister touch anything that had to do with the culinary arts. She had spent 2 days cleaning out the kitchen to the point where she could prepare meals again. Furthermore, she had just bought fresh vegetables and did not want them to start rotting from her sister's unnatural smell. During lunch, her father and Mr. Sodom's stench was so overpowering, it caused all the food to spoil, forcing her to go shopping twice in one day. Ranma's father wasn't too happy to go without lunch. Missing a meal also led to an argument with Soon, over which one stink spoiled the meal. This already put a severe strain on their friendship, especially after the miracle hair shampoo and the anti-hair growth formula fiascos. Until Dr. Tofu could come up with an antidote, soon, Genma and Ken would have to stay outside of the house and sleep in the dojo. Things only got more difficult when Ken came home and told her family that she couldn't attend school. That meant that the smell would only increase in intensity and the neighbors were complaining. Unfortunately, many of the homes were downwind of the Tendo complex. Nearby stores had been selling out their stocks of air fresheners and the Army's surplus store had to reorder more gas masks. Already there were threats to contact the city's health department and have the area quarantined. On the upside, the hellish aroma actually kept vermin away, rather than attracting them. Apparently, even cockroaches, rats, flies and maggots had their standards. The smell was even more effective than the strongest bug repellent. If the S.C. Johnson Company could contain and patent that stench, it would probably be more effective than Raid. At present, Kasumi was making do with what little they had. The generous donations from the Telbane family had been merely used up to repair the walls and furniture, as well as replace the kitchen appliances. As a result, the budget was extremely tight and they could not afford any more of Ken's attempts at cooking. Things were going downhill for the Tendo family. In downtown Tokyo, the surrounding area near the shopping district looked as if Godzilla had strolled through the streets. If given a choice, the citizens would have preferred to have the giant, mutated dinosaur in comparison to the real instigators of the mass devastation. The bounty hunter in the red cloak had already used up enough ordnance to level Kuwait during the first Gulf War and was still going strong. Her picnic basket seemed to be a bottomless storehouse of rockets, bombs, ammunition clips and other nasty devices. There was not a single glass pane or window intact and just about every car on the streets was a smoldering pile of wreckage. Though the bounty hunter was a crack shot, her target was unwilling to cooperate in her collecting the bounty on his undead head. Dimitri Maximov had just recovered from his encounter with Alucard when he had come across the little bounty hunter. He had been tricked into thinking she was an innocent target and had intended to feast on her blood. However, as soon as he came near, he sensed her dark soul energy. That was when she whipped out her Uzi and started firing off silver-plated ammunition. Things were made even worse for the vampire lord as she chucked off a load of solar flash grenades. The explosions of sunlight further weakened him. He had also taken the precaution of setting up a supernatural barrier to keep him from escaping. The boundary surrounded 5 square blocks and any Darkstalker would be trapped inside should he/she crossed it. Dimitri could only escape by killing the gun-toting Little Red Riding Hood. And as many Darkstalkers could attest, such a task was not considered simple. Standing on a rooftop, just outside the boundary of the barrier, Alucard and his vassal Sears considered the situation. One of their targets was in sight, and though the bounty hunter wasn't on their list to eliminate, the bloodsucker was certain that his master wouldn't mind if he killed her. Now all they needed was the greatest weapon of the Halsey organization smiled, showing off a frightening display of fangs as he noticed a certain figure cross the barrier, attracted to the scent of blood and the sheer carnage of battle. Paladin Alexander, possessed by the spirit of Bisimon, had arrived. "Master, should we not engage?" Sears inquired as she hefted the anti-tank rifle in her hands. Alucard nodded as he took out the heavy, automatic pistol from the insides of his trench coat. He made a grand display of biting down on the slide and using his mouth to pull it back, cocking the hammer. With his quarry trapped within the barrier, there would be no escape. He jumped down toward the battle zone with Sears following close behind. Several squads of crack Helsing troops also joined the fray. The night would echo with the screams of terror and the rending of flesh. Blood would flow freely this night. Back in Paris, the second day of the tournament, Junior Division. Ow! 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 Matthew grimaced as he hobbled out of the ring. The last bout had been especially rough and he had almost resorted to changing into his hybrid form. When his father said that there would be formidable fighters near his age, he had not been joking. Among the human race, there were quite a few extraordinary teen fighters. His opponent, a student from Taiyo High by the name of Batsuhi Shimunji, was out cold. Sitting on benches on the sidelines were the Werewolf's other beaten opponents from Gorin High, Pacific High and Gadu High. Among them was baseball player Shoma Sawamura, which Matthew had smacked on the head with his own bat. The volleyball player Natsuya Yuaraki beat by smashing one of her volleyballs into her face. Akira Kazama, the biker who turned out to be a girl after her helmet got knocked off. Roy Bromwell, the football player, whom he managed to pull out of the ring, and his girlfriend Tiffany Lords. Until today, Matthew wouldn't have believed that a cheerleader could hit that hard. As he sat down on a bench and let Nabiki help tend to his injuries, he began to wonder about the schools his rivals came from. If the students were this tough, One could only imagine what their teachers were like top in the adult division. Matthew's father was experiencing firsthand how tough the teachers were. At the moment, he was breathing hard after a long, drawn-out battle with one of the instructors of Justice High. He had finally forced Higo Shimazu to submit, and was even helping him to exit the ring. Standing nearby with a notepad was his fiancée Kyoko Minazuki, who was ready to administer her trademark chiropractic skills for both combatants. John had also managed to win against Ryu's rival Ken Masters, but only by a very small margin. The American had gotten careless when he tried to use his Shoryuken, after he had backed his foe into a corner. The lycanthrope barely beat him when he countered with his climb razor kick. Ken's head was slightly forward at the time, thereby giving John the split second he needed for the win. The only easy fight he had in the second part of the tournament was when he went up against police officer Han Fu from Hong Kong. At first, it was an even match since both primarily used the nunchakus. The two exchanged extremely damaging blows with the chain clubs, but then Han Fu missed with his weapon and accidentally smacked himself in the groin. 3 in other matches, King and Maishiran were eliminated in a double KO. Andy Bogart had defeated Billy Kane and Duck King, but was forced out of the ring when he went up against Iori Yagami. Sugat, the former Muay Thai champion before Joe Higashi took that title, was taken down by King Kathwan from Korea. Axel Hawk managed to score a win against Balrog, but proved to be no match for Dudley. The battles continued all day, as the strongest fighters moved up in the rankings and the losers fell to wayside. Soon the quarterfinals were decided as to fighters from the same country faced each other off. Handsome fighters never lose battles. Vega taunted as he faced off against a fellow Spaniard. Lawrence Blood was not impressed with the prancing braggart as he held up his cape in front of him. Then you must not be very handsome if you wear a mask. You bring shame to our mother country of Spain. With that insult, Vega charged at his fellow matador, intending to skewer him with the metal claw on his right hand. Though the weapon did extend his reach, Wolfgang Crosser's servant had something with an even longer range. Just as his opponent leapt at him, Blood revealed what was hidden behind his cape, which was a double-edged Spanish sword. He easily parried the claw, then used his cape, which was weighted down at the end, to swipe at Vega's legs. The arrogant fighter was knocked backward, but recovered by making a double backflip. However, Lawrence pressed the attack and let off a series of quick slashes. Bloody flash. Vega barely managed to block most of the stabs and slashes with his claw, but a few managed to nip his arms and his chest, staining the large cobra tattoo red with blood. Angered that he was being forced back, the so-called Spanish ninja rolled under Lawrence's reach and thrust forward with his weapon. His opponent twisted to the side to avoid a fatal wound, but the deadly hand claw tore into his side. Biting down on the pain, Blood retaliated as he shot forward like a spinning torpedo. Bloody spin. The masked fighter was caught totally off guard by the move, which resembled Bison's Psycho Crusher. He was smashed hard in the stomach and thrown toward the ring's edge. He was nearly knocked out of the arena, but was saved by the ropes that surrounded the ring. His claw also broke off from the impact. At that moment, Lauren's blood came in for the kill. The Spaniard with the mask realized that he was at a grave disadvantage in the ring, as his fighting style involved a lot of aerial moves. He much preferred his own caged arena in Spain, where he could attack from above. As his foe neared to finish him off, Vega got creative and hopped up on the ring's top rope. He waited until the last moment as Lawrence stabbed forth with his sword. Saber dash. Hopping down on the rope and using the rebound to leap over the thrust, Vega soared high into the air and cried out, "I see you," in a drop. However, Lauren's blood showed why he considered his skills as only second to Wolfgang Crosser's, as he recovered from the missed stab and leapt up to meet his enemy. Red Assault. Before the vain stooge of Bison could react, Lawrence flipped upside down and wrapped up his foe's upper body with his cape. He turned him about in midair, before slamming his face into the floor of the ring. There was a sickening crunch as Vega's body went limp. Blood casually enwrapped Vega from his cape, revealing an unconscious opponent with a shattered mask. His face was a broken mess. "Now you had a real reason to wear a mask, Senor Vega." The crowds cheered as Lawrence Blood was declared the winner. Then it was time for one of the most anticipated fights of the century. Ryu vs. Terry Bogard. Back in Tokyo, an hour after the chaos, Sir Integral was not happy as she surveyed the devastated city streets. The battle between the two vampire lords, a homicidal paladin Alexander with the spirit of an equally bloodthirsty samurai, a psycho bounty hunter in a red cloak, and the forces of the Hellsing organization had ended badly for all sides. Downtown Tokyo had received the worst of the exchanges, as nearly every building was a smoldering pile of rubble. The streets were littered with huge craters and the electrical and water mains were out. Surprisingly, civilian casualties were very light, as the conflict had taken place during a time when businesses were closing up and people were already home. However, with a disturbance this huge, it was going to be a nightmare to cover up and prevent it from making the evening news, if it hadn't already done so. Sir Integra, the head of Hellsing, turned to face a group of men who were led by her servant Walter. The most distinguishing feature about these men was that each one was dressed in a black business suit, leather shoes, white dress shirt, and sporting. Leader of the newcomers seemed to be in his late 50s to early 60s, had gray hair and had a bit of a paunch. He stepped forward and held out his hand, which took and shook it. Hobbs said, "Good to see you and the MIB again. Please walk with me." The leader of the men in black nodded as he issued orders to his subordinates. Agent M and Agent C will coordinate with Walter to intercept all video feeds, photos and internet media streams. Not a single letter of this incident is to be made public. Agent and Agent W,